Good morning and warm greetings to all. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Institute for Human Development, I am honored, and the organizers of this conference, Niti Aayog and RIS New Delhi, I am honored to welcome you all to the Global Conclave 2024, Advancing Human Development in the Global South. In fact, welcome you all to the pre-conclave events of the Global Conclave 2024, Advancing Human Development in the Global South. I am Priyanka Tyagi, the Chief Executive Officer of Institute for Human Development. As you are aware, IHD is celebrating 25 years of its founding this year. Our celebrations commenced on 25th January 2023 with a lecture from Professor Hajun Chang of SOAS London. This mega international conference is almost the third in this series of lectures and events that we've organized over the year, and these celebrations will continue till March 2024. We are very thrilled that more than 400 people over the course of, including close to 150 from outside India, will be deliberating on various issues related to human development, celebrate various issues related to human development in various plenary sessions, thematic panels, and technical sessions on the themes of the conference. I would first like to welcome you all to this first session, the pre-conclave symposium on measurement issues in human development. This session is being organized by United Nations Development Programme and the Institute for Human Development, New Delhi. The session 1 is on taking stock of the current indicators and measures of human development. This session is being chaired by Dr. Sabina Alkaya, Director, Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, University of Oxford, UK. I request Ms. Alkaya to kindly grace the dais. The panelists in this session are Dr. Yogesh Tsuri, who is a Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Sir, kindly grace the dais. As you are aware, Niti Aayog is a co-organizer, and we are very thankful to you, sir, for all your support and cooperation that you have provided for organizing this conference. Professor Achin Chakravarti, Professor and former Director of Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata, kindly grace the dais, sir. Professor Putu Nati, University of Indonesia, Jawa Bharat, Indonesia. Sorry to inform you, her flight is very delayed, and she will not be able to join us for this session. We have Dr. Zoki Zangmo. She's Research and Data Policy Analyst of Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, Thimphu, Bhutan. Request you to kindly grace the dais. The discussants in this session are Professor John Drees. He's Honorary Professor, Delhi School of Economics, and Visiting Professor, Department of Economics, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Request John to kindly grace the dais. From my home city, Ranchi. And Professor Sarthi Acharya, Delhi Government Chair Professor on Human Development, Institute for Human Development, New Delhi, and former Chief Technical Advisor of UNDP, Cambodia and Laos. Request Professor Acharya to kindly grace the dais. Now, before we commence the session, the proceedings of this session, and hand over the reins of this session to you, Ms. Alkaya, I request Professor Alakhen Sharma, the man behind organizing this conference, to kickstart the pre-conference events with a few words. Request you, sir, to kindly come on the dais. Take the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would formally welcome you tomorrow when the inaugural session will start. But since we have started, this idea of pre-conference came only because this topic of measurement issues in human development, we did not want to just discuss in a few parallel sessions with a few people, non-serious way. We wanted a rather full-day discussion, 4 or 5 hours on this. That is why this idea came. And this idea of pre-conference. Priyanka has told you everything about the conference. This session is very high profile, well-known people in the field. We discussed a lot about it, in which Dr. Sita Prabhu and Dr. Shiv Kumar helped me a lot, and no other person than Sabina we got, And John, I had to meet him in Ranchi to persuade him to come here. So thank everybody for being here. We are late by 10 minutes. I don't know whether the Indonesian scholar, Priyanka, when she's coming? Oh, so okay, then no way. So I welcome you. If always first day there is some confusion, and we are a very small institution, a small team. Like this, we have organized 2 other conferences 2-3 months just ago, in July, in August. Now this, something is happening, Labor Economics Conference in March. So all of us tired. Some inconveniences might have been caused to you, for which, on behalf of IHD, I apologize. I thank RIS, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, and of course, Niti Aayog, Dr. Suri, who is sitting here, and this lady Sharmista for providing all the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Now it's over to you, Ms. Savina Alkaya.
Thank you so much. So it's a delight to be here, and really congratulations to Alex Sharma and to all of the team at IHD for convening such a very interesting group of people. And I look forward to the discussions that will continue over the next few days. And I'm very grateful to each of the panelists for being here and for taking time. And Dr. Putu Nati will arrive tonight, and so she will be presenting on the 12th in terms of Indonesia's work in advancing multidimensional poverty work. In terms of this session, we will end early because we will end at 1 o'clock because we're starting a bit late. And so I will not present Putu's slides, which she sent in advance, but just a few words about the topic, which is measurement issues in human development, and in particular taking stock of the current indicators and measures of human development. This session focuses quite a bit on a counting-based approach for measurement, but also on the links between measurement and public action. If you think that clearly human development has been motivated by the capability approach and by the need to look at whether it be poverty or well-being in a sense of diverse capabilities that different people enjoy in different ways according to their own values, then you recognize that measuring human development requires a approach that will somehow convene and talk across different aspects of human development. So whether it is a well-being measure or a poverty measure, simply looking at one indicator is not enough. And so that is, I think, the reason why measurement becomes complicated. And you can therefore combine different measures in a composite indicator like the Human Development Index, or as Europe has done, as Latin America have done since the 1970s, you can look at the joint distribution of deprivations, the different conditions that strike the same person at the same time, and try first to look at an overall aggregate of their field of vision from across different dimensions or indicators of human development, and somehow collapse these into a score, and then identify people in poverty, people in well-being, and think across the ways that they either have fulfillment or are deprived. And this can be quite useful because then you see packages of deprivations that cluster and walk together, and how these vary across ages or across states and regions or across ethnic groups. And so some of the papers in this session will focus on those counting-based measures. Also, in terms of the international space, outside India as well as within, there's been quite a proliferation of different measures. 40 countries now have official multidimensional poverty statistics. Many continue to report on the Human Development Index that we'll be discussing in the afternoon each year when it comes out. And so the interest is different, but the academic field has a lot more critical questions, and Achin Chakrabarti will raise some of the contestations, I think. And so it's an area in which I think this panel is appropriate as a conference event because we are hoping that this will jumpstart interest to engage and take the field further in new ways. And there's space for that at many different levels, qualitative as well as quantitative. In terms of the last component, which is why do you measure, I would commend to you, if you haven't already enjoyed it, the book Measuring Poverty Around the World by Sir Tony Atkinson, published posthumously in 2019. And he points out that why do you measure poverty? You measure poverty because it has to be linked to action. It's different than measuring any other statistic in his understanding. And he tracks poverty measures as performance indicators. He talks about presidents who read paperbacks about poverty on vacation and came back and did things differently. And he roots the book in a need for a political understanding of poverty measures so that they become tools. And another book in this regard is by Juan Manuel Santos, former president of Colombia and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who came out with a book in October on the battle against poverty, where he tracked what he had done as president of the Republic in 8 years and why, to attain the peace process, he had to look at poverty. And to put a point on it, he quoted a conversation he had with Tony Blair when he was elected. And Blair said, there's good news and there's bad news. There's good news in that you're elected, so you can try to do some change. And there's bad news. The honeymoon lasts 6 months, so get busy. And so he tries to track what they tried to do in different stages of his 2 terms of government to move the needle on poverty there, and they reduced it strongly. So I think that keeping in mind the users of metrics are not people in this room necessarily. Some, of course, would be, but they're also other actors in civil society, in private sector, or in government. Then the need for measurement also to be able to be communicated, understood, and to have an analysis and interpretation that's policy salient is useful. So I think that's a little bit of the motivation for this session. And I am so grateful to the speakers. We'll begin with Yogesh Shuri, who will present work in India, and I think some new work going back in time. And then Ocha Chakrabarti, which I mentioned, will talk about contestations around different measures. And Tsoki Zamno will then share experience from the Gross National Happiness Index in Bhutan. On the 12th, she'll be sharing the multidimensional poverty work in Bhutan. But today, she wanted to showcase a different application of measurement to the well-being space. And then we have our 2 discussants. And we will look forward very much to what they will say. So that's a bit of the shape, and we will keep to time. So I understand they're timekeepers and that the speakers will speak for up to 15 minutes each. So with that, it's my delight to offer the floor to you, Dr. Shuri.
The presentation loaded here? Very good morning. Thank you very much, Savina ji. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here today. Mr. Alak Sharma and Jean Rees and Mr. Acharya, Chen and Zangbo and all other distinguished participants present here. I represent Niti Aayog. It's as I think, especially people from India are aware. I think outside, I'm not sure whether they are aware. So Niti Aayog essentially is a successor organization of the erstwhile Planning Commission, which was established sometime in early 1950s, which played a main key role of formulating 5-year plans in India. And in 2015, Government of India decided to substitute Planning Commission by Niti Aayog. It's the name itself, as it says, National Institution for Transforming India. And as Honorable Prime Minister often says, I think this is not the time for incremental reforms. We're looking for transformative changes. So that's how this Niti Aayog came into being. So I'll not delve much into what Niti does. So I'll come straight to the topic. So one of the major issues of measurement of human development is multidimensional poverty index, as Savina has rightly indicated. In fact, a lot of countries in the world now are measuring multidimensional poverty index. I think one of the major things, what I think we have been facing in our academic circles also, we have been measuring poverty through different methodologies, especially monetary poverty, which I think most of the last few decades, I think focus has been more on monetary poverty. But then why multidimensional poverty? Actually, monetary poverty, if we say that, has certain shortcomings and which need to be addressed in a much more comprehensive manner. One of the things which we often is found is uh, income is very difficult to measure. So then we take this proxy as consumption expenditure. In fact, Planning Commission also as well, prior to Niti Aayog, we have been mostly measuring through different methodologies, and monetary and measuring through consumption expenditure was one of the main focus area through which we were trying to measure poverty in India. And secondly, even if income is there, you're not sure whether income is entirely being spent on the welfare of the people. Some people might use a part of the income for other things which are not directly related to well-being, such as consumption of alcohol or tobacco. And thirdly, it doesn't take into account the government interventions. So, for instance, in India specifically, we are providing food grains to almost 2/3 of the population under National Food Security Act, now virtually free of cost. And recently, government has also extended for the next 5 years. So, because people are already getting it free of cost, so it will not figure into their consumption expenditure. So, if you're trying to measure poverty through consumption expenditure, the figure will not be able to clearly indicate that. So that's why we try to move to this multidimensional poverty index. And it's more of an outcome-based indicator rather than the traditionally monetary poverty measures. So I'll have a brief presentation on what we are doing in India, and then maybe we can move on to further discussions. So multidimensional poverty index is basically a statistical measure of poverty, as I think we have this global multidimensional poverty index, and I'm very glad this OPHI and UNDP is partnering with Niti Aayog to bring out India's multidimensional poverty index also. And they have been bringing out for almost, I think, more than a decade now. And India, we have brought out 2 issues so far. And it complements monetary poverty statistics. So we do not claim that this is the only indicator of poverty estimates in India. It complements monetary poverty statistics. It tracks poverty over a period of time, and helps in allocation of resources depending on how poverty is distributed across different districts. As you know, India is comprising of 36 states, union territories, and more than 770 districts. So one of the major advantages of National Multidimensional Poverty Index is you can track poverty measurements district-wise. So whereas in the previous measurement of poverty, which was done by erstwhile Planning Commission, it was mostly state-wise. It was never at the district-wise now. And based on that, and you can also target reforms and take various initiatives for welfare of people. And ultimate objective is leaving no one behind, which is also this one of the major SDG target. Global MPI, you're aware, so this report which has been brought out by Oxford Policy and Human Development Initiative. So essentially, when we try to measure national multidimensional poverty, it is based on the National Family Health Survey. So we have 3 surveys, 2005-6, 15-16, and 2019-21. So as per the global report, so the poverty headcount ratio in India was 55% in 2005-6, which came down to about 27.7% and about 16.4% in 2019-21. And there are 3 categories of deprivations which are looked into the global multidimensional poverty. Same thing we also do in the national multidimensional poverty, except that in place of 10 indicators, we are taking 12 indicators. I'll come to that a little shortly. So we have health, education, and living standards. So these are 3 broad indicators. Under each of these categories, there are sub-indicators. Like for instance, in health, we have nutrition and child mortality. In education, we have years of schooling and school attendance. And in living standards, we have cooking fuel, sanitation, drinking water, electricity, housing, and assets. So as for the global MPI report, I think since 2005-6 and up to 1921, about 415 million people have come out of multidimensional poverty in India. So coming to National Multidimensional Poverty Index, so as many of you might be aware, like Government of India is undertaking a major exercise of looking into around 28 different indicators of global measurement where they are trying to rank different countries and how we can improve India's ranking in them. And one of the indices which we are looking at is multidimensional poverty, and NITI is the nodal body to look at the multidimensional poverty index. And the Sustainable Development Goals, as all of us know, that the goals which have to be achieved by 2030, there's a clear target 1.2 which indicates that poverty measured by any national measure has to be reduced by half. So while constructing India's National Multidimensional Poverty Index, so instead of 10, we have taken 12 indicators. Two additional indicators we took about, one was on maternal health and another was on bank accounts. And to see the methodology, what we are trying to adopt in India, we have set up an MPI coordination committee in which we have representatives from different ministries, and basically we try to see the methodology which we are using is in consonance with the thinking of other ministries, and so that the approach is common, and also so that we are able to collect the data to measure each of those indicators which are forming part of the multidimensional poverty index. This is essentially the list of the ministries which are taken into account while as a part of this National MPI Coordination Committee. And we have technical partners, of course, OPHI headed by Sabina, as well as the United Nations Development Program in India. So I said broad three categories are the same, which are as part of the global MPI: health, education, and standard of living. And under each of the categories, again, we have 3 indicators for health, 3 indicators for education, about 3 indicators for, broadly 3, and then divided into various indicators for standard of living. And this yellow colored are maternal health and bank accounts, which we have added. 2 additional indicators which I was mentioning as against the global MPI index of 10 indicators. A major advantage of MPI, as Savina was also telling, and so here we try to first of all build a deprivation profile for each household. The major advantage of MPI, which I was telling, is you can find a deprivation against each of these different indicators, that how many percentage of people do not have access to those kind of benefits. It helps in ultimately you can, based on once we have the headcount ratio, you can adopt the methodologies based on deprivation score as to which are the actual households which are deprived and which need to be targeted for various government interventions. And another advantage of MPI is it doesn't only tell how many are poor, but also it tells how poor are the poor. So it measures the intensity of the poverty. And then we arrive at the MPI score, multiplying both this headcount ratio as well as the intensity of poverty. Coming to some of the major findings of the National Multidimensional Poverty Index. First report we brought out was based on NFHS, was based on NFH of 2015-16, and the second report which we brought out last year in 2023, in sometime in the month of July, that was based on NFHS survey of 2019-21. So as per the report, we have seen this India's headcount ratio of poverty has come down from 24.85% to about 14.96%. So against 25% approximately, we have to bring it down to about half by 2030. But we can see within just 5 years, we have brought down by almost from 25 to 15. So I think if we do the survey sometime maybe today or then about 23, 24, by and large, I think India would stand to have achieved the global target of reducing multidimensional poverty by half. Another big achievement of India, we can say, is about 135 million people have escaped multidimensional poverty. And one best part is this, all indicators, all the 12 indicators have shown substantial signs of the improvement. And some of the states which have really performed very well are those which are traditionally recording very high poverty in India. Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, they have recorded the highest number of decline number of poor. And nutrition, years of schooling, sanitation, cooking fuel, these are some of the major interventions of the government which has really helped in bringing down the poverty levels. In fact, intensity of poverty, which indicates how poor are poor, has also come down from about 47% to about 44%. So this graph essentially indicates as to how India has been performing state-wise. The chart to the left, you can see in India's terms of NFHS 4, which was 2015-16, and chart to the right, you can see it's based on NFHS 5 of 2019-21. So most of the states are now moving from yellowish, orangish, reddish to yellowish, orange, and greenish. So you can see the entire India is much more greener compared to what it was in 2015-16. As I also said that we also look under MPI, we've also tried to find out what is the district-wise improvements across multidimensional poverty. So this map essentially indicates how districts have performed. In 2015-16, you can see the large number of districts which were yellow, red, and orange, and now they have moved towards more of a green. So you can see much of India is now on the greener side, and multidimensional poverty is actually declining very sharply. These are state-wise data. I think need not go into details. The states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Meghalaya, Uttar Pradesh, they are still they have very high multidimensional poverty. But these are also the states which are recording sharp decline in poverty. This indicating the next chart. Of course, it will not be visible, but I can just say Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, UP, and Odisha. These are the states which have recorded largest number of percentage reduction in the multidimensional poverty in India. This is a very important chart. If you say this, all these 12 indicators. Nutrition, if we say there is about 6.1% reduction, but more importantly, I think some of this is cooking fuel. You say about 58.5% people, more than half of the population, didn't have access to cooking gas, and they were depending on traditional sources of energy for cooking their food. And now it has come down to about 43%. In fact, this was 2019-21 figure, and today's situation is even far better. Similarly, if we see at sanitation, it has come down from 52% about 30%. Drinking water is about improvement about 11 to 7. Housing reduction is about from 45 to about 41. Assets 14 to 0. And some of the things, bank account, only the 3% people didn't have access to bank account in 1921. This is predominantly on account of our thrust on opening Jan Dhan accounts, with India opening about 500 million bank accounts in the last few years. Similarly, maternal health 22 to 19%, years of schooling from 14% to about 11%. These are the number of the state-wise, how many people have escaped multidimensional poverty, and need not go into details of this. Some of the things I would like to highlight that, in fact, few of the government interventions which are actually making a substantial impact on the reducing multidimensional poverty. And in fact, I was discussing with Savina ma'am yesterday. In fact, there's a lot of curiosity across the world as to people would like to know as to what India has done to improve the multidimensional poverty. So in fact, I can proudly say for each of the 12 indicators, we have focused schemes which are targeting to improve the deprivation across each of those indicators. For instance, for cooking gas, we have this Ujjwala scheme under which we are trying to provide gas connection to each and every households. In the last few years, about 100 million households have got cooking gas connections, which are reaching about 310 million people. Similarly, under Swachh Bharat Yojana or Clean India Mission, about 118 million toilets have been built. Under Jal Jeevan Mission, about 140 million tap water connections have been given. Under PM Awas Yojana, for providing houses to the underprivileged, about 40 million new houses have been constructed and given to the largely poor people. About 90% households own more than 2 assets. Under Saubhagya scheme for providing electricity, but there are still about 18,000 villages which do not have access to electricity. But other than that, almost the entire country have access to electricity, and about 28.6 million additional households were given electricity connection, and now it's almost 100% coverage is there. Financial inclusion, I was saying PM Jan Dhan Yojana, we have opened about 500 million bank accounts. Under Integrated Child Development Services or Anganwadi centers, we have centers across almost all the parts of country. We have about 11 million pregnant mothers and lactating mothers are benefiting from that, and about 89 million children are getting cooked meals through these Anganwadi centers. Similarly, school-going children, about 118 million people, 118 million children, they get hot cooked meal under the midday meal scheme every day in their schools. Similarly, under National Food Security Act, we provide food grains free of cost, about 5 kg per person per month, and about 35 kg per household per month to about 810 million beneficiaries. So especially from people outside India, I would like to say the scale at which all these schemes are operating, this is actually, I think, unparalleled. I think perhaps very few countries in the world is trying to give as many, targeting each of the every indicators under the multidimensional poverty index. And of course, this is one of the very important measures of human development. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very good to see the documentation and also to hear connections to the policies and the actions, and think of also how to explore those, how to analyze those. But thank you so much. Over to you, Achin.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Mr. Alak Sharma for giving me this opportunity to share these ideas with the distinguished panel and the people who are present here. And thanks to Sabina and for giving me this opportunity. Here I'll talk about since this panel discussion is, the main focus is on taking stock of the measures and indicators. And as we know that the institutionalization of multidimensional measures of development formally happened with the publication of the first Human Development Report in 1990 by UNDP. And ever since, in fact, the main multidimensional measure of human development, that's Human Development Index, has been going through a lot of criticism, and new ideas have come up. And at various points of time, the basis of measurement and the approach also changed quite a bit. Now, this contestation around this measure of multidimensional measure of development, this contestation I would like to highlight that this contestation itself actually shows that there is no magic bullet like that you can measure and show immediately that something has happened, but this contestation is always welcome. So I'll draw a few points from this, 30 years of contestation, and I'd like to share with you these few points. Finally, my point would be that most of these debates and questioning of the measures, in fact, either they are on the choice of the indicators or what I would call the valuation method, that is the valuation of particular indicators, or the aggregation method. So when, for instance, when we talk about multidimensional poverty index, which Mr. Shuri has nicely presented, the recent report by Niti Aayog, we see these indicators, 12 indicators, and some way of aggregating these indicators, and then some conclusions. These conclusions and the actual measured value of that index, I think there is something in between as well. That is the interpretation of those numbers. So I would like to talk about first on these 3 points, like identification, valuation, and aggregation, a few points about those steps in constructing a multidimensional index. And finally, I'll talk about, so I'll give some examples of these interpretations which might raise questions. So basic motivation for this paper, in fact, it's a form of a paper. The basic motivation of this paper is that we have seen that there is a stream of literature which focuses on something which is called normative measurement. Normative measurement is very different from any kind of explanatory research where we find this A is causing B or something. But normative measurement is entirely, it's value judgment based kind of approach where the value judgment is critical. So most of these theorists of normative measurement who publish in international journals, quite often they complain that, you see that, some of these indicators which the people who apply these indicators and indices, they are not aware of the theoretical implications of some of these measures. Now this kind of contestation goes on. And finally, some kind of convergence we can see in the context of Human Development Index and also Multidimensional Poverty Index. So, in the context of Multidimensional Poverty Index, the main architect of that index is here, Dr. Sabina Alkhair. We often refer to Alkhair-Foster paper, and which is the theoretical support to this methodology. But then, there is critique of that. For instance, Martin Ravalian, in fact, raised issues about that. And one of the main points, actually, that turns out to be is that the theory provides us basically the third part, that is the aggregation part. There are dimensions, A, B, C, D, and aggregation. This is how one should aggregate. As I said, that there are three parts: identification, then valuation of each indicator, and then aggregation. Now, on the other two, in fact, very little discussion happens. Only discussion that we see is that this indicator should not have been taken, or rather, these indicators should have been taken. So on identification part, in other words, to identify the right kind of indicator, that's an exercise which doesn't entirely depend on any theory of measurement. So one has to be very careful about this identification, which is actually, which I would say that it's through public discussion and public scrutiny, in fact, that should be decided. But aggregation, yes, there are technical people who actually raise question about whether we should take arithmetic mean or geometric mean. In the context of Human Development Index, you know that Human Development Index changed the basis of aggregation in 2010. And ever since, in fact, people have been writing about that. Why did you change it from an additive formula to a multiplicative formula? Now, additive formula, UNDP gave some arguments that because additive formula implies perfect substitutability across the indicators, which means that even if your life expectancy at birth comes down, but if your income per capita goes up, then that can compensate even this decline in life expectancy at birth. So that's the implication of substitutability, perfect substitutability. And people thought that it's wrong, so that's why we should change the aggregation formula to multiplicative formula. But multiplicative formula, this geometric mean actually, brings up huge issues, particularly in the context, because now, you had this additive separability. Now you have the value of one or increment in one dimension actually crucially depends on what the other dimension is. Now, what the other dimension is, just take this example that if, income per capita is pretty low, then any increment in life expectancy, its contribution to Human Development Index would be very little. In fact, Martin Ravalian, in fact, did a calculation for Zimbabwe, and he mentioned that, in fact, he came out with this conclusion that, just to have 0.1 increment in HDI, Zimbabwe had to increase, in fact, life expectancy by 50 years. So in other words, when these three dimensions are interconnected in a sense, in fact, that was the purpose of this changing the aggregation formula, then you have a problem. The problem is that they're interconnected in such a way that you may not accept it as a kind of reasonable kind of, reasonable kind of implications which actually one can draw from this formula. So this reasonable, particularly those who know about this thing, it's basically the cross-partial derivative that would give you this kind of anomaly, where you wouldn't like to see that the cross-partial derivative, the value of it should be positive, but actually it happens in a multiplicative formula. In a recent paper, Sudhir Anand, Professor Sudhir Anand, he has written a recent paper couple of years ago, 2018, for UNDP, where in fact he has surveyed this entire discussion or debate between additive and multiplicative and the implications of that. And he has clearly spelled it out that multiplicative formula have more problems than the additive formula, and that's the conclusion of his paper. So in other words, what we learn from this contestation, so that is my concern, that what we learn from this contestation, because the theorists of measurement will keep on raising questions, whatever the aggregation formula is. Now, my understanding is that even after this publication of this Niti Aayog report on MPI, you must have come across a few commentaries on this, and particularly in Economic and Political Weekly and other journals, where in fact the authors usually raise a few issues like, for instance, there are 7 indicators of living standard in our national multi-dimensional poverty index instead of the standard 6. Now the 7th indicator is banking. So some people have raised that, why banking? All of a sudden you just bring in banking. Is it just arbitrary? It's ad hoc? Or just because, there's very little poverty on banking side, so maybe inclusion of banking would change the value of this living standard. Now, this question may be raised, when your choice of indicator sounds pretty arbitrary. So this choice of indicators, I think it has to be carefully done, and public scrutiny is very important. That's why I started with this public scrutiny, because long back there is a paper, again UNDP paper by Amartya Sen and Sudhir Anand. In fact, they raised this issue that ultimately, it's a question of public scrutiny and public discussions, that what people feel that this should be the right indicator. Anyway, so a few things. I think I don't have much time. So this is the background, and then I move on to some of the critics of, for instance, MPI. Again, MPI, Martin Ravalian, in fact, raised a couple of issues about MPI. So I just summarized that somewhere here, because we don't have much time. So Martin Ravalian's point is that in fact, this MPI actually for the first time, 2010, it came about. And then an interesting debate, in fact, came up in Journal of Economic Inequality, where including Sabina, James Foster, and all, Martin Ravalian, they contributed to that debate. And it's extremely interesting debate. And Ravalian's main point was that instead of forming composite index, why don't you go for, why don't you just leave it there? And he says that it's ad hoc aggregation. Now, ad hoc aggregation, any aggregation, in fact, in composite index literature probably would turn out to be ad hoc, because any indicator, in fact, can be questioned again, and you can come up with an alternative. But anyway, so that was Martin Ravalian's point, and so the main point that I think that which was pretty strong was that this Alker-Foster paper, which actually is the basis of measurement of multidimensional poverty index, as I said earlier, that they take all the dimensions, cutoffs, and weights. They leave it outside of the paper because it's a theoretical paper. And in a theoretical paper, you talk about the aggregation, how they should be aggregated, and what are the implications of this particular kind of aggregation. But apart from aggregation, the theoretical paper, in fact, doesn't help us to identify those indicators, dimensions, and even the cutoffs. The cutoffs are also, they always sound arbitrary. In most cases, I think all the cutoffs are arbitrary. So people raise this issue that cutoffs are arbitrary. So what I'm saying is that this Alker and Foster paper is extremely powerful paper, and it actually has given us a completely different way of measuring multidimensional poverty. But questions can be raised, particularly on things which the paper actually left out. But actually, in actual measurement context, those are the contested issues. And what should be the dimensions and what should be the cutoffs. So this is, in summary, I would say that this is my understanding of this theory versus measurement and theory versus applied work in the area of normative measurement. The last point is that, so I would add just one more to Martin Ravelian's point. Martin Ravelian said the devil is in details. I would say the "and" is in interpretations. So I'm going to add this. Of course, this devil is in details. As I said, that theory doesn't offer any guidance on these details. But the interpretations actually could be improved upon. I just plotted this MPI, NMPI, National MPI for India, 2015-16, and the change in MPI between 15-16 and 1921. And you can see that the plot is it's a positively correlated. In other words, when we say that the states which were lagging behind others in 15-16, they have made more improvement compared to other states, obviously, because it's extremely difficult for Kerala to make further improvement, whereas UP and Bihar can make a lot of improvement. And that's why we see this positively slope, this kind of scatter. And this is quite common for most of the indicators that we use which have upper limits. Most of the indicators that we use which have natural upper limits, if you use those indicators, so as you come closer to the 100%, then obviously further improvement is extremely difficult. So that's why the interstate interpretations, I think, should be reinterpreted. So interstate interpretations should be reinterpreted in most of these national level reports. Long back, when this India Human Development Report, I think it was into 2011, so I wrote a small commentary on that also. Again, basically, how you interpret the improvements. So the level, it's fine. And then as soon as you start interpreting the change, now a change in a composite index, how should we take it? A change in the composite index value. Now you start from the change and then you further disaggregate that to look at the components. Why should one do that? You can straight away look at the components, straight away you can look at the indicators and say that this indicator is doing badly, this indicator is doing fine. That's it. So again, going back to Martin Ravelian's point, even Amartya Sen's point. Amartya Sen, in fact, is very vocal about this what he calls partial ordering rather than complete ordering. What is it? This completeness, actually, it's a kind of our obsession with completeness, ranking. Now, ranking we are so obsessed with ranking. So because any multidimensional measure, in fact, will not give you a complete ranking, should not give a complete ranking. So some of the states, maybe you can just leave it there that, okay, in this state, these indicators are doing fine, and these indicators are bad. Because Savina has mentioned initially that any measure actually should be linked to the action, policy action. Now, policy action cannot be built on a multidimensional index. Because if you go to a doctor, and the doctor says that your multidimensional health index is 0.45, you better find a different doctor, right? Because you don't know what your, disease A or disease B or disease C, because it's a multidimensional health index. So I think that I think we should be a little bit, what should I say, careful about interpreting change in the values of multidimensional indices. I stop here.
Thank you so much, Achin, for really putting the point on it and for raising very interesting questions. It's always very helpful. So thank you so much. And I must say, he has done path-breaking work, which he didn't mention, also on the weights and the values and questions there. Over to you, Tsoki Zamno, on Bhutan's Gross National Happiness Index.
Good morning. First, my sincere gratitude to the organizers for kindly inviting me. And yeah, I'll straight go on with the presentation. But yeah, I think Professor Akim gave us a lot of food for thought. It's a very interesting presentation. Now, with Gross National Happiness Index, I think since 2009, the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative has been and continues to closely collaborate with the Royal Government of Bhutan. It's really a privilege for me to be sharing that story today. Now, in terms of the story on Gross National Happiness Index, I think it's rather incomplete if I do not share a bit on Bhutan's principles of governance, on long-termism, which is long-term thinking, on how the principles of governance has a deep-rooted focus on how we as societies are interconnected and interdependent on one another and with the environment we live in. And also, I think there's a deep-rooted focus on the fact that well-being and happiness is driven by not one, but this broad network of factors, whether it's our relationships or whether it's our sense of community or our environment or our identity, among many others. And what has happened essentially in Bhutan is over the years, this values has shaped Bhutanese society's belief system, and at a later stage, it has also helped shape public policies in the country. And perhaps this is also why our environment has been like a very integral part of the Bhutanese way of life, so much so that it has now found its way into the constitution. By constitution, we are mandated to maintain at least 60% of our land under forest cover with all times to come. Likewise, Bhutan also has a very strong emphasis on preserving our cultural heritage. And with time, I guess this is also one of the reasons, this long-termism values that has perhaps motivated our fourth king, King Jigme Singye Wangchuk, to introduce this concept on gross national happiness back in the 1970s. Now, he was a mere teenager when he became the king. His father, our third king, just passed away, and he, took over the roles and responsibilities of kingship. And into his reign, if we go back and look at we assess his proclamations, his royal addresses, and the speeches that is made, then time and again, he emphasized two things. The first being that the ultimate purpose of governance is to maintain or to improve the well-being and happiness conditions of people. So that is the message that has been recurrent. And the second, he also mentions time and again that economic development is one of the many determinants. It's not the only one. And since then, our public policies our laws, even our regulations at a local level has been inspired by this GNH notion of having a multidimensional approach towards understanding a nation's progress. Now, I think we've done good since that adoption of GNH concept as the ultimate vision for Bhutan. But at the same time, there were some concerns, especially during the transition phase. Back in 2008, everyone's aware, we went from absolute monarchy to democracy. So there was a lot of questions and tensions among government officials saying, what if the political party in power, what if it do not adopt GNH as the vision? What if they're not effectively able to translate those values into public policies? And and more importantly, how do we track GNH, and to sum up, how do we best institutionalize GNH before democracy comes in? So there was a lot of thought processes, and that actually helped us to quantify GNH, and there was a lot of seminars and conferences back then. It was also the time we got, fortunately, introduced to Sabina Al-Khair and her method. So back then, what we did was we set up different levels of committees. They were assigned responsibilities, focal points, and there was this working committee, and I'm very fortunate to have been part of that, and we were given 2 tasks. First is to develop some kind of a measurement framework for gross national happiness. And secondly, of course, what Professor Hakim mentioned, to identify a robust method that would help compute an index for policy direction purposes. So what happened essentially early 2003, 4, 5, around 2 to 3 years, there was this lot of teams at different sectoral levels, ministries. We came together. There was this huge, it was very participatory and consultative. We came up with this 9 domains and 33 indicators framework for gross national happiness. And essentially, we had psychological well-being, which actually looked at the sense of satisfaction you had with some of the crucial domains of life. It looked at your emotional balance. Again, these are dimensions and indicators that were driven bottom-up, which we also had involvement from CSOs, local governance as well. And then, of course, going back to the dimensional explanation, under psychological well-being, we also had a level of spirituality indicators. Under health, which is one of the conventional domain, we have both physical and mental health. We also have indicators on level of disability. Time use, we were very keen. Back then, I still remember a lot of government officials were keen on trying to project that good work-life balance. And for this reason, we have indicators to measure average working hours and sleeping hours. Under education, we have both the formal ways of acquiring education as well as informal ways, because for Bhutan, a lot of the educational system is also driven by how it is being manned at local communities in terms of knowledge on indigenous aspects and values. Under culture dimension, we have fluency in native language. It was a very core indicator. It's something that we value as a society. And also, we have indicators on cultural participation that assess the level of participation that local communities had in their local festivals and so on. There was also indicators on artistic skills and Tiglam Namja, which is the code of conduct. That's something that traditionally has been there in Bhutan. Under good governance, we have 4 indicators. As you see, we have indicators that helps people assess government performances, help also assess their fundamental rights that's enshrined in our constitution. We also assess some commonly availed public services and also assess their attitude towards voting, that is political participation. Now, community vitality was another domain that was identified back then, and we are essentially trying to measure the strength of communities within, in terms of their donations, in terms of their relationships, and also in terms of safety indicators. Under ecological diversity and resilience dimension, we have the state of the environment as observed by the communities. We have whether they have some responsibility towards environmental conservation, which is more or less measuring their attitudes towards environment. We have wildlife damage and also some indicators that's related to urban issues. And finally, we have the living standards domain. That has, it's a conventional domain, and we have 3 conventional indicators that measures assets, housing, and income. So these were the 9 domains, 3 indicators, which was not, it's not something that was done overnight. It was done something over 2 to 3 years periods, and there was a lot of pilot phases. There was a lot of discussions at ground level to really understand the aspirations, the preferences, and the values of what Bhutan needed at that point of time. So the second step, as I continue, it was to, of course, identify a robust method. And we were fortunate to have come across Sabina. We chose Alcal Foster method because essentially it's not a composite index. It actually helps us to count the number of attainments or deprivations across those 33 indicators. And it also helps us to zoom into those individuals or those households, communities that are facing multiple challenges simultaneously. And that's very important for prioritization purposes, especially in terms of public policy making. So yeah, we have been doing that since 2010. GNH index overall is increasing slightly, but significantly. We, again, going back to some of the advantages of Alcott-Foster method is that we have one index that actually gives the overall picture, like GDP, one number, and it's something that a lot of governors in Bhutan take pride in. Okay, this is the GNH index value of my district, and so there's a ranking, and there's a lot of other processes simultaneously going on. But what I really loved about Alcott-Foster method is because it can be broken down. So you can actually essentially assess under that index how are the indicators doing? Are they improving over time? Which indicators are lagging? And again, this index can be disaggregated at any subgroup level, whether it's by districts, rural, urban, gender, age groups, and so on. So it's something that you can zoom out, get this overall bird's eye picture, but you can also zoom into what Professor Achim mentioned about, the importance of having that devils in details, and it allowed both. And that was something very simple, straightforward, that worked not only for a technical person like myself, but also for our policymakers back then. All right, in terms of application, so as mentioned earlier, the first and foremost is simply for us to track where we are going as a society. Yes, we have our GDP and all the conventional set of indicators, but we also have, alongside with that, we have the GNH index. Second, it also helps us to set goals and targets. For instance, GNH index, that measurement framework, the 9 domains and 33 indicators, have been deeply ingrained in our 5-year planning report, for instance. In fact, the national key result areas in that planning report, which is the 12 5-year planning report, has been more or less driven by those 33 indicators. So for each of the 33 indicators, we have translated that into a national key result area, which in turn goes to the relevant sectors and agencies for implementation. We also use the indicators finding to help co-design interventions. For instance, if there's a particular indicator that's lagging behind consistently over time, then there's a special committee set up, and then we collaborate we design and innovate one programmatic intervention that can help improve the indicator in future. We have also experimented and used the GNH index as a part of the resource allocation formula. For instance, for the 12 5-year plan, the GNH index has been given a weightage of 15%, which essentially means that districts or regions that have a lower GNH index get more money to be invested into those indicators that are lagging behind. And lastly, we also use the index as a tool as essentially a binding tool across sectors and ministries for a common vision. So we have this annual meetings across sectors, and essentially each of them have been given the national key result area, which in turn is driven by the 33 indicators. So we have this kind of a transparency and accountability thinking going on as well with the GNH index framework. So this is my last slide. I just also wanted to share that GNH index is not the entire story in Bhutan. We also have other tools that are being experimented. For instance, we have what we call the GNH screening tool for public policies that is essentially used to grade policies, whether they are in line with the principles of GNH. We are also in under the process of experimenting the GNH business tool that essentially helps corporate sector to integrate the values of GNH to help corporate sector realize that, how they can shift or align their business practices as per the mandates of GNH as an overall vision. So these two experiments are ongoing, but it's something that hasn't reached fruition, but something that we are all collaborating, working towards as a country. With this, I will end my presentation because my 15 minutes is up. And again, I'd like to again express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soki. Friends, we have quite a diversity of material on the table, and so I'm really looking forward to what our commentators make of it. And so we'll turn immediately to Gendrez and then Sorti Acharya, and then we'll turn the floor open to you. So there will be time for exchange before we close sharply, I'm told, at 1 for lunch, most important. Okay, over to you, Jean.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, thank you, Sabina, and thank you to all the speakers for these very insightful presentations. Sabina mentioned that Tony Atkinson wrote that we should be doing poverty measurement for the purpose of action. I think that is very true. And there tends to be a little too much measurement and too little action, but measurement is important, so I think it's important to discuss it. Some of you who are not familiar with this literature may have found some parts of these presentations a little hard to follow. So maybe I'll start very briefly by trying to explain the idea behind this approach, and I hesitate to do it in front of Sabina, but I'm sure that she will correct me if I'm wrong. So the idea, I think, is that what Mr. Suri called monetary poverty, where you look at people's purchasing power, is a limited approach because money is only a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. And so the idea is that instead of looking at the means, we should try to look at the outcomes of real interest, people's health, people's nutrition, education, living conditions, and so on and so forth. And so what you do is you make a list of these indicators which try to capture the outcomes of interest. And then for each indicator, you have a cutoff below which you consider the household or the individual to be deprived. And then if a household or individual is deprived in more than 1/3 of these indicators, then you consider that household as multidimensionally poor. Roughly speaking, I'm simplifying a little bit, but that's the way it goes. And obviously, it's a method that has important limitations. The indicators are a little bit arbitrary. There are different ways of selecting them. We tend to focus mainly on those that we can measure. There are many important things in life that we can't measure so easily, so they are out of focus. And then there's the question of how you weigh the different indicators and so on and so forth. So obviously, it's not perfect. And in fact, initially, I was a little bit skeptical of this whole approach, but I think Sabina has persuaded me to a large extent over time, not just Sabina, but also the data. Because I think that we do learn some important things from this. Of course, it's important, I think, to combine this information with other information. Mr. Suri mentioned quite rightly that monetary poverty and multidimensional poverty should be seen as complementary indicators. That's a very important point. I'll give you an example of something that I feel we learn in India from the multidimensional poverty indicators. It has not been discussed or even noticed, I think, very much, and it's a somewhat half-baked thought. But if you look at the multidimensional poverty data, and one of the advantages of this approach is that you can disaggregate quite easily between areas, between groups of people, and so on and so forth. So when you look at disaggregated multidimensional poverty data, one thing that strikes me is that the inequalities seem to be magnified compared to what we normally see from monetary poverty data. For example, according to MPI data, 90% of poor people in India are in rural areas, only 10% in urban areas. And more importantly, if you look at contrast between communities, like between Dalits, Adivasis, upper castes, you find very significant inequalities, as you would expect to see. Inequalities that are not well reflected in monetary poverty. If you look at the traditional poverty headcount ratios, you compare Dalits and other castes, you find it doesn't look that different. Yes, of course, the Dalits are poorer, but it doesn't look that much poorer. When you look at MPI data, suddenly the contrasts are much bigger, and I think that makes sense. Now, why is that? I think that one way to think about it is this, that let's take an example of one of the components of MPI. Let's think of, let's say, child mortality or child nutrition. Now, child mortality or child nutrition depend, of course, on purchasing power, but also on other things like the environment, the education level of the household or the mother, the public services, and these are not captured in the monetary poverty data. Now, if the people who are poor monetarily are also those who are poor in terms of education, let us say, who are illiterate, and if there's a kind of synergy between purchasing power and literacy, which is what you would expect, then it makes sense that the inequality of outcomes would be greater than the inequality either of monetary poverty looked at in isolation or of education looked at in isolation. The inequalities tend to compound each other. I think that's an important aspect of inequality in India, is that there are many bases of inequality: purchasing power, education, access to public services, and they all tend to compound each other. And the effect on that, on these, in terms of highly unequal outcomes, that seems to be much better captured in the multidimensional poverty data than in the traditional purchasing power data. So this is the kind of insights, I think, that we learned from this approach. Now, in terms of limitations, Achin has already talked in detail about some of them. I'll mention one that is relevant to assessing what's happening in India. Mr. Suri has given us a relatively rosy picture. I have some differences, as you might expect. One limitation of the MPI is that short-term purchasing power is just not captured at all. I mean, we're looking at outcomes like education, mortality, household assets, which are all, medium-term things that emerge over time. And if there is let us say, a loss of employment and purchasing power or a decline in wages, that would not be reflected in the index. I think that's quite important for India, and in particular for what's been happening in recent years. Because on the one hand, we have this relatively positive picture, which Mr. Suri has presented, which I think is to a large extent correct, although not sometimes a little misleading, and I'll come to that. But on the other hand, we have very striking data on the stagnation of real wages in the last 10 years. Virtual stagnation, not exactly stagnation, but maybe 1% per year increase at a time when the economy is supposed to be growing at 7% per year in real terms. So that is a very worrying thing, and that's something to do with short-term purchasing power. It's not captured in the MPI. It would be captured if we had monetary poverty data, but unfortunately, as most of you would know, we don't have any monetary poverty data in India since 2011-12. Hopefully we will have some next year or the year after. But otherwise, at the moment, we are completely in the dark. So if we look only at the MPI data, I think we miss this problem of stagnation or virtual stagnation in purchasing power, or at least in real wages. It's not exactly the same thing as purchasing power, but it's an important part of it. About the other components of MPI, I think it's certainly true that India has made progress since 2005-06. Housing has improved, nutrition has improved, not very fast, but it has improved, education has improved, and so on and so forth. I would not dispute that. I think in some respects, the picture was a little bit too rosy. I would mention in particular what you said about midday meals and ICDS, because these programs have actually been very badly defunded in the last 10 years. I can give you data on that, but it's basically, at least the central government's contribution is about 40% lower in real terms today compared to what it was 10 years ago. So I don't think that the progress of nutrition is a big achievement of the present government. Another issue I have is with this inclusion of bank accounts, because there we're really back to means as opposed to ends. A bank account is a means, it's not an end. And the number of bank accounts in the present context, to me, is not a very useful indicator of financial inclusion, assuming that you would want to look at financial inclusion in the first place. The gender news now, which is true, has led to huge increase in the number of bank accounts in India, has actually also, in my view, led to a bit of a mess in the banking system. We can discuss that. It's not a very short story. But I'm quite skeptical of bank accounts as an indicator of well-being of any sort. So I have some differences, but I would not deny that there has been progress. But we should also look at how much progress we are making compared to our neighbors. And in that respect, the picture is not so rosy. In fact, as many of you would know today, in terms of many important indicators of human development, India is behind almost all its neighbors, with the partial exception of Pakistan, certainly behind Bangladesh in a whole range of indicators, mortality, life expectancy, fertility, child nutrition, school participation, sanitation, of course, way ahead, all kinds of things. And now not only Bangladesh, but Nepal is also ahead of India, despite having a very much lower per capita income. This is quite an embarrassment, and it's something we don't really understand very well. There's a new book that has just come out on this. In fact, it's being released today at the Press Club of India by Swati Narayan. I think Swati may be here, I'm not very sure. But, oh yes, she's here. It's called Unequal. So in one word, it tells you one possible explanation for why India is not making more progress than it is. And that is the extreme nature of inequalities, not just inequalities of income and wealth and class, but also of caste and gender, and all these inequalities compounding each other. So I think it's important to look at this data in comparative perspective and not just historical perspective. I think I'll stop here. I'll be happy to elaborate on the bank issue if you want to, but it may not be of much interest to most of the participants. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't comment much on the Bhutan story because I don't know this very well. In fact, I was very happy to learn more about this happiness index. But I don't feel that I'm competent to comment on this.
Thank you so much. That's really very helpful. So we turn now to our last commentator, Sarthi Acharya. So thank you very much.
Sorry, I dropped. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, on the theoretical component, I think I am not competent to comment on what Sabina or Rachin have done. But since I have been computing these kinds of things for almost more than 2 decades, I might as well start with saying that no indicator is perfect. So any indicator you develop, there would be some people who would say, hey, hang on, you've not put in this, you've not put in that. Sure. But so indicators individually serve a specific purpose, and that specific purpose, as long as it is met, it's fine. It will not serve all the purposes. That's my starting point. The second point I would like to, in the same context, put it this way. Any kind of an indicator which we take hasn't taken including the extended MPI index, stunting, weighting, wasting, these kinds of things are there in any numbers. Are we trying to include these also? The answer clearly is there are indicators which will always be left out because there are any number of indicators. If you look at the SDGs, for example, they're talking about 197, 200 indicators, many of them input, many of them output, many of them outcome, etc. Now, you have to be very choosy of what exactly you're doing. So, choosing an indicator and constructing an indicator based on what exactly you want to do is the name of the game. I will start with then say that MPCI definitely is a superior indicator, MPI is superior indicator to the MPCE, which we use, the income indicator, which we used to use earlier, because one is, of course, you can measure it at a much lower level, and the other is it covers many dimensions which the pure income measure was not able to do. However, I must point out a caveat here that we had, for example, in Indonesia, in Cambodia, we had constructed an index of poverty because they said, listen, this income doesn't work. The more the number of indicators we got from the ministries, the sensitivity with respect to each of the indicators started getting less and less. So when we had something like 17 indicators, you drop one, the impact was hardly 0.001. So one's got to be careful not to construct an overarching index which will have everything, but have an index for a specific purpose and leave it for that particular purpose. Now, that's one point I wanted to make. The other is with respect to, well, Dr. Suri. Well, I think I really appreciate the exercise you all have done. I think extraordinary. And with the periodicity which you have done, it was never done earlier on a government scale. And you made the data public, and that's even better. And I don't think there are major criticisms coming out of what they have done. It's been accepted. However, let me now point out that we have seen certain images of the night lights and what the NASA has produced, not on a district level, but at the level of 1.5 kilometers. And these data, I'm going to present it day after tomorrow in one of the sessions, have shown a somewhat different picture. The pockets of poverty or deprivation, they want to call it deprivation, pockets of deprivation, which do not show up. We try to map the two, one on top of the other. We found that there were gaps, and these need to be filled in. And the night lights are a very important component of inputs into indicator making. Again, going back to the first one, it's not the only indicator, but for a specific purpose, it helps. This we had done for tribal areas, and it does work out that in certain tribal pockets, there are bright lights. In certain tribal pockets, there are none. And that pointed out a few things. Now, coming back to the indices. I'll get away from the empirical component now. Talking about education. Now, I was trying to look at, let's say, 30 countries, 40 countries. The quality of education matters. In some countries, if a person is just enrolled in a school, that is taken as schooling. While in others, if they complete, let's say, X number of years, learn calculus, learn matrices, well, that's schooling. Not every school does it. We have reports which I think Jean has also at times contributed to it, and the ASA reports have also pointed out. Children go there. In many places, they just go for a midday meal there. They are not taught anything, and children of class 5 are not able to effectively read what is written in class 2. So education is something we've got to look at a little more closely. The second point I would like to point out here is that middle-income group countries, majority of these people have longevity in the range, let us say 79 to 83 or 84. United States fall in that category, and so does North Korea. So what really happens is that there is some kind of a constancy which comes in regards to that particular component, and it becomes in a way redundant because everywhere is the same. So one's got to be a little careful. Are we going to take longevity in all the cases of HDI, or we do something else? The third thing is about GNI. Again, let me put it this way. There are countries which are only producing arms and armaments. North Korea was an example, but that's not the only one. There are others who are producing, they say, mass goods, which provide employment to people, which do create some kind of a regional dispersion as well. But then arms are expensive. So in terms of an aggregate figure, you will find that this is GNI equivalent to that GNI, but are they the same? They are really not the same. The composition here matters, and I think this composition needs to be taken into consideration. The substitution component has already been made by Achin, so I wouldn't want to, let's say, repeat this. I would then go into the size of the unit of measurement. Now, I'm making this specific point because I have seen reports where the HD, one of the other indices, has been measured at the district level, at the state level. But one report I had seen, which was talked much in the government of Rajasthan, was at the block level. Now, unfortunately, the problem is that the block level is quite, it has so much noise in it in the sense that you have a block which has a hospital this side and the other block, and people are therefore healthy this side because they just cross over there and they have healthy. But on block level, you don't have indicators of outcomes, so what you do is basically count the number of PHCs there. That is not making much sense. And there are all kinds of howlers of this kind you will find when it comes to going down, because when you go down, you don't find outcome indicators. You find things like output indicators. And you count the output indicators as outcome indicators, and you would get into huge kinds of other errors. The other point I wanted to point out was about climate. The UNDP has brought out a very large number of indicators. 7 is something which we had pointed out in this note, which does come out with PPAHDI, which is taking care of the carbon footprint which each person puts in. Now put it this way, China is making 495 million tons of steel. India is making 97. America is making 95. We are number 2. But then look at this way, the 600 plus which China is making, the steel is utilized by all over the world. So those who are using the steel are not affected, are not providing that kind of a footprint, but those who are making steel are providing that kind of a footprint. Now these people didn't make steel. That steel couldn't be used elsewhere. So there is some kind of a link which tries to put the blame on one set of people who are creating that and not the one set of people who are using that. So I think we've got to be a little sensitive to that component. And the last thing I'd like to point out here is that there are a large number of indicators which the Niti Aayog has put forth. And they are, of course, global indicators like social progress indicators. So there are 14 indicators in this. Then there are governance indicators, in which, again, there are, I think, 12 or 14, again. And there are environment indicators. The problem is that the components have not been studied the same way as the HDI's component as in detail, as Achin had pointed out, substitutability, problems of, let us say, weightages. That's not been looked into. So at times when you make international comparisons, there could be huge errors in that. I think I'd stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's so much now, many different angles for measurement people, for more of a policy angle, for more results and discussing particular locations and their findings. So we will open this to discussion. I'm permitted in my university to ask the first question, and in the interest of starting discussion, I thought I'd ask each of the first 3 speakers one question while you gather yours, but request them to answer it quickly. So first, for Yogeshwari, you gave us a fantastic report of what has happened in the past. Achin Chakraborty challenged about the interpretation of the MPI. And so could you say a little bit about what of the information that you presented you can use prospectively? Is it just an index that you can't take apart, like a doctor giving you an overall well-being score? What can you do? And to Achin, you pointed out criticisms of a theory paper, which are very apt. But there's also an empirical literature on robustness, papers and book chapters written with techniques to validate the indicators, or papers, for example, in the case of India, with 20 different schemas of the global MPI measured and assessed before they were criticized. And so I'd be very interested in your interaction with that empirical literature on robustness. And also, do you think a dashboard loses anything? That would be interesting. And for Tsoki, I know you were very time poor. Tsoki is very humble, but she largely wrote and certainly co-authored a book with Dashakarma Ura and Karmi Wangdu, a fat book on the findings of 3 periods of G&H index. Could you give us one striking finding of changes over time and the results that came out? And then we'll open it up for discussion. At the end of this session, I'll be very honored to invite Dr. Satish Mishra to give a little bit of a window into his work in leading the Indonesia Human Development Report, because our colleague Dr. Putu Nati was not able to join this session. So over to you, Yogesh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sabina. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to Niti to collaborate with OPHI to bring out this multidimensional poverty index. In fact, this report has been very well received in India. We are aware of certain, maybe 5%, 7% criticisms, and about more than 90% people have been generally quite positive about this entire index. And we are very open to modifying any methodology or adding an indicator or maybe dropping some indicator for our future publications. But at least this has given some beginning as to measure the extent of multidimensional poverty, not just at the state level, but also at the district level. And I think the next step is, once we know how the districts are performing, that I'm not sure if people are aware. Now we have this aspirational districts program in Niti Aayog, where we have identified 112 most backward districts, then trying to make focused intervention in each of these districts. And MPA comes handy in this. So we know in each of these districts what is the condition of multidimensional poverty, not at just the overall number, but also at the disaggregated level. What is the situation of cooking fuel, sanitation, education, health, and housing. So, but then the focus interventions can be made based on the indicators which we have tried to capture under this MPI level. I think next step will be now the NFHS 6 now is under process. We are hoping sometime later in 2024. National Family Health Survey 6 results will be out, and maybe sometime early next year we can try to bring out the next updated version of this National Multidimensional Poverty Index. And one exercise which we'd like to do, in fact, with OPHI and UNDP, as to, in fact, we are also happy to receive suggestions from others also as to how we can further improve this index. Because some of the indicators which are nearing saturation, if electricity coverage is almost reaching 100%, do we still need to continue as part of indicator to further continue measuring? Because of something which already saturated, there's no point to keep measuring every time. And maybe add some more indicators which are more useful in terms of government priorities. So those are things which we can look at. And parallelly, I think there's need to also sensitize the state governments as to this set of literature is there, and a lot of work is being done. And we have already been making presentations in different states. We had one in Madhya Pradesh, another one we had in Nagaland, and some more states are in the process, where we can sensitize the states, and then all the state governments, respective principal secretaries of the concerned departments are present in that, where we can tell them as to these are the specific areas where that particular state is lacking and where more interventions are required. So I think to that extent, I think MPI index has been very, very helpful for this entire exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sabina. Yeah, you have asked two questions. But before I address these questions, just a little bit clarification. I didn't criticize the theory paper. I criticized, it's not criticism, it's our question. The question is that, when we say that Alkar-Foster paper is the, methodological, it provides the methodological support to the method of constructing MPI. I would say that we need to fill in with other information as well. That is, it is a theory paper which focuses only on the aggregation part of it, but the identification part, then I'll address your first question. The identification part, actually, it's not ad hoc. You can make it non-ad hoc by these kind of robustness checks that you have done. Your OFI team, I think, has been doing tremendous work, for different countries. You are actually looking into a bunch of indicators and their variability and how they are interrelated. And these kind of issues, I think this kind of statistical exercise, one has to do before one finally, zeroes on certain indicators. You're absolutely right. But that is a completely different exercise, right? So that's my clarification. That I am in total agreement with you, the kind of work that you are doing on the applied side, particularly choice of indicators. Now, when the choice of indicators, I raised this banking issue. John also raised this banking issue, because it's only 3% are deprived of bank accounts. 3% deprived of bank accounts, why should you put it in a multidimensional poverty index? And again, it's a, if you think about this, output, which Sarthi has pointed out, how far can we go, on the output and resource side, instead of outcome side? So, in other words, in a bunch of variables, in fact, the outcome variables actually get less weight than output variables or resource variables. Now, that may get into some kind of problem, because ultimately, capability approach is the outcome, right? So I then go back to John's point that, some of the indicators of course, child nutrition and these things, of course, they should get more weight than some of the output or resource side variables. Now, I mean, I'm saying should, but of course, it has to be a kind of participatory exercise where all of us, we agree on that, it's not the resource side that we just keep on adding resource side, and we are never sure about the outcome side, but we have a bunch of outcome variables which we have to take into account. But the main constant is that Alker-Foster method, in fact, it requires a single household, I mean, it's a household survey from where actually you have to take all the data, all the variables from the same household survey. And that's a constraint in the sense that, that we can't do much about it. But it is, NFHS. If you take NFHS, then whatever NFHS provides, you have to remain confined to that. So, it's a kind of constant, and we have to think about how to get out of that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, Tsoki, please.
So in terms of trends, we can see, as shown earlier, the GNH index has improved significantly. But what's important and what's very advantageous of using this Alker-Foster method is you can now disaggregate that index into the underlying indicators that are 3 indicators. So it actually helps us to zoom into the details. And I think it's more or less expected. You have the conventional dimensions, right? Something that is always focused by any government of any nation, health, education, and living standards. Those are the primary sectors that a lot of investment goes in. So you see a lot of improvement along those dimensions. But the dimensions that are lagging behind, the indicators that are lagging behind are mostly on those that are not given attention in a conventional sense. For instance, the community vitality dimension, you see a bit of the trust going down, trust amongst community members. You see a little bit of the spirit of voluntary and donation also. It is improving, but not at the extent to what is being improved in other indicators. Likewise, you have, under the culture dimension, you have this level of cultural participation that is being assessed. That is also going down, which means people are participating in that collective spirit that was actually an essence of what binded Bhutanese culture, is also deteriorating over time. And likewise, sadly, we also see the political participation indicator, which means now Bhutanese are willing to vote lesser as they used to 5 years ago. So some of the newer aspects that is often excluded from planning or programmatic interventions, these are the indicators that are lagging behind. And what has been very fruitful with this 2022 GNH index is now there are core teams from various sectors. They are essentially, as I say this, helping co-design interventions that can help improve those indicators with time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who would like to begin? And we'll take a couple. Sita, Prabhu. Is there a microphone? Yes, it's coming to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this very rich discussion. It's a topic that can go on for long because the debate on indicators, indices will never end. But I had just 2 reflections, 2 comments, not really questions because there are no questions as such. One is regarding the indicators. I think I do agree with what Achin has said that, and other speakers have also mentioned, regarding the type of indicators that we now throw into indices. Index construction has become hugely popular, and several indicators are thrown in together without much deliberation on the theoretical underpinnings, and also the mixing up of input, output, and outcome indicators so that we really do not know what the index actually reveals. That's one aspect. I think some guidelines reminding people of the need for greater clarity in the methodology, I think is extremely important. A second thing regarding indicators, more so, as Mr. Surya has pointed out, that they are being used for increasingly for policy purposes, which is extremely good, but also the fact that some are nearing saturation, and there is no mechanism by which we are looking at the quality of the indicators. I think some sibling index on the quality may be really the need of the hour, because we know that enrollment is increasing, but children don't learn. We know that poverty has been sort of, the goal has been reached, but malnutrition continues. So what is it that we are really flagging as an outcome? Because indicators seem to be empty of what they are supposed to indicate. And the processes are not as long drawn out or as comprehensive as before, because with vertical programs and targets now taking the front seat, there are mechanisms by which you are reaching the outcomes. Reduction in infant mortality. Earlier, life expectancy used to indicate a long and healthy life. Now it indicates a long life, but whether it is a healthy life, we do not know. Because you target infant mortality and maternal mortality, the life expectancy will go up without having to improve the public health or the preventive health aspects. So I think some dimension of quality would be the next stage that we would have to move towards. And whether it's an index or an indicator, that depends on the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll take that as a comment, and I'd like to call on Dr. Satish Mishra to give his intervention now on Indonesia, if that would be possible. And then we will return to the questions and answers.
Thank you very much. Anyway, thank you very much. I come to this whole subject as more a user than creator of indices and so on. And I would like to bring 2 or 3 considerations which have a great relevance to policy making into the discussion, which is my experience in Indonesia is quite relevant in this regard. I think the first thing that when we wrote 2 of the major national human development reports for Indonesia, and we were all very busy at that time. And unknown to us, the first one won the Global Prize for Best Analysis. So suddenly this became important for us, but it was also very important in terms of the impact that it had. So let me bring the first point, which is that for policy purposes, we also need to see the process, the economic changes that are taking place, the timing when you actually produce these reports in order to have an impact. And in fact, the first report we produced was in the year 2000, just when Indonesia was moving from 40 years of a military dictatorship into a new democracy. And at that juncture, there was a fear that the military would take over again. And so the first report we did, apart from measuring the indicators, we actually put a theme which was towards a new social contract. And the idea was that when you're going through these large transitions, distribution becomes critical in the early phases and not growth, because people's entitlements are changing and so on. And if you have a lot of spatial inequality, you can also have a lot of violent conflict, etc. And so the indices were calculated at a particular time when they're likely to have a clear message. The second one which did, because then we were asked, well, it's all very well to say all this, but we don't have the resources. And Indonesia is a fiscally very conservative country. So we wrote a second report, which was called the Economic Arithmetic of Democracy, where we actually calculated the fiscal requirements if you were to meet indicators of health, education, income, and so on. And the result was that several candidates in the presidential election started using the Human Development Index as a campaign issue. And we ended up making lots and lots of copies in Bahasa Indonesia and distributing them right down to the district legislatures and so on. So it had a huge impact. What I'm trying to say is that we do not have to keep producing national human development reports year after year after year if we are really interested in a policy impact, because timing becomes quite important. That's the experience that we had. That sometimes the same message can have traction and other times it does not. The second broad experience that we had was that not only the politics, the economic processes in the country were going through a dramatic change. And that change was in terms of urbanization. Apart from South Korea, I think Indonesia is the one country which is most rapidly urbanized. In the mid-60s, maybe 8 to 9% of population lived in cities, and many of them were not really cities as you would think of them. And now the figure is close to 58, 59%. So within a period of 3.5 decades, millions of people just moved from one part of the country to another. And again, when we're doing these indices, how do you capture a data when there is so much internal migration which is going on? At the same time, new districts are being carved. So again, it's worth producing indices if your data source allows you to make some sense at the end of the day. And that's something we should also consider. The last point I want to make is in terms of, 2 points. One is we get the poverty indicators. The problem always was government comes in with all kinds of assistance and allows the very poor to move up to the poverty line. Next year, there is a price shock, there's a health shock or something, and large numbers of people fall back into it. Question was, how do you sustain this households to stay above the poverty line? And again, that is where the financial inclusion and all the other kind of ideas come in. And I think they can't be dismissed unless one has an alternative theory of making sure that the poor can actually move ahead. And that links to the final point, is how much effort should we be making to measure poverty against measure inequality, which was an important issue in Indonesia for 2 reasons. One is because simply focusing on poverty gets us in a situation where if you have violent conflict, because the regional identities are different and so on, then the impact on poverty is huge. If you ignore the inequality, then the impact on the politics is huge. So again, this at some level, we've got to, on a policy level, bring together what we say about inequality and what we say about poverty. And so that's the experience we had. So the timing, the kind of message, the number of indicators. The larger number of indicators you have, the more difficult it is to have a policy message. The reason why we originally had just 2 or 3 was because these were considered to be highly intercorrelated with a range of other welfare indicators. So I think bringing that policy element in, the link between inequality and poverty, how much data we should produce at what time, all becomes important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll resume with questions to our speaker, beginning with yourself, sir.
My question is very small. Especially, to the Bhutan Happiness Index, I wanted to request you. I wanted to request you, especially the dimension of long term. How much long term? Because like if we look at renewable energy security as a dimension, because I think that I didn't find mentioned anyway. Because like of course, on the one hand, of course, carbon footprint measurement is there. And Dr. Acharya, he mentioned the kind of contradiction that is there, like one who is consuming steel and one who is using the steel, and why there is not a synchronization. So that's in one aspect. But I'm especially the happiness index, that the dimension which is mentioned, long-term dimension. So that I relate to a country like India, or for that matter China also. and especially I also relate to the discussions on the nuclear debate in India in 2028. So my question is that whether this kind of dimension of renewable energy security in the future, because of course we have multiple securities that is being looked after: nutrition security, water security, food security, and of course there are a lot of programs and policies. But renewable energy security, I didn't find a reference to that. Because United Nations, of course, we have been writing about this, transition to post-oil age. So Sustainable Development Goals, has included that in the transition to post-oil age measurement. But I don't see its reference in the GNI, or of course, because eventually humanity has to prepare for the end of post-oil age. Because post-oil age, is going to be a reality, and right now, as we see, some of the conflicts are around oil. Like for example, like one dimension of Palestine, of course, is the ethnic identity and the land. But another dimension, some people say that that there is a lot of oil reserve, in Gaza, which the usurpers of the word Israel, they are also looking at. So anyway. So my point is that, that this renewable energy security for the entire humanity in the future, especially in the long term, that dimension, exists in Global Happiness Index. I think that needs to be deliberated upon and it needs to be measured also, because, this renewable energy security for the future generations is very much important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're at time, so I'll just take Saurabh Sinha's question and then return to the panel for any closing remarks. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can't take more.
I'll be very quick. Just a couple of points. I think this discussion of multidimensional poverty and the normal methods, the traditional methods of measuring poverty, I think remind me of the distinction between the use of black and white television and color television. And those of us who in this room who have lived through an era of black and white television would remember the kind of shock and awe we all had when we came across the color television. So what MPI does really is a bit of a kind of a shock. It expands our understanding. It sort of breaks it up into components, which is very important. But then what about the traditional income expenditure methods of measuring poverty? And especially in a country like India, which I think has the largest number of poor people. Number 2 is Nigeria. I work in Africa, so we always compare India and Nigeria as the two countries which are contributing the most to the number of poor people. And we really don't have any data. So what is happening is that while MPI is a very good technique, it can't be alone. It has to complement the existing method. And I think in India, we seem to be sort of taken up by the fact what makes us feel good. And so while, yes, we have achieved many positive developments and reducing MPI, but I think how does it compare with the normal money metric methods, I think are also very important. The second, I think the point you made, Mr. Suri, was that we are on a downward trajectory and reducing MPI, and very soon we'll be half and be achieving SDG before 2030. But you are excluding the impact of COVID-19. And I think that has upended many of the outcomes. And why are we assuming that it is not going to make any difference to MPI? And possibly because, you may be right, but possibly because we have got so many indicators in the box, and now we have the banking indicator as well. It is not going to show up anything or the impact of, for example, the crises that people are facing, which everyone is talking about. But maybe the MPI will not show us that. Because of the challenges that we have of measuring any index. But it'll give us an opportunity to feel good about the fact that we have reduced MPI and achieved the target before 2030. So this is something that we need to take into account, especially, for example, one of the components is school attendance. And school attendance has been really seriously affected by COVID-19, and we're not sure, at least I'm not sure, how many of the children who lost out on school have gone back to school. And have we gone back, and are we on an increasing trajectory? And if school attendance drops, what will it do? And it may not do anything to MPI, and it may still help us feel and look good. But then I think we need to look at these details. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've heard a lot. I'll just go back to each panel one by one, beginning with Toki and then going across the table, if that's all right, for any remarks to close it. But thank you very much to all who participated, and apologies for people I couldn't recognize.
Just a quick comment on the long-termism. I'm sorry if it was not clear earlier. So long-termism is just long-term thinking, the way UN talks about sustainable development, talking about generations to come. There is no clear timeline saying it's about by 2050 or 2100. It's just something long-term. So it is something that has been like a foundation for later what emerged, the gross national happiness in concept, and later the index. In terms of renewable energy, because the gross national happiness index is driven by surveys, so we conduct surveys across the 20 districts in Bhutan and collect information across those 33 indicators. Yes, I feel it's not reflected as part of the indicator itself, but it's an input, because we have living standard and environment as the two of the 9 domains in GNH index. So the government investing in renewable energy ultimately would help bring improvement in the living standard dimension, and as well as the environment dimension. So I hope you understand that one is a means in terms of public policies that's driven by the government. The other one is an outcome or the assessment that we are trying to see where are we in terms of these 3 indicators. So there has to be some clear differences. In terms of my just concluding remarks, I just wanted to point out that at the end of the day, this number or data or any statistics, GNI or GDP, are simply just a gross approximation of reality. It's an approximation at the end of the day. And as shared by one of the esteemed panelists, I think there will always be measurement issues. I'm not a quantum physicist expert, but even in quantum physics, they say that as soon as you observe a particle, it changes its course, the particle. So there is this measurement error going on in a subatomic level, something we will never be able to conquer, but something that we can help reduce the measurement errors. And we can do that, at least for the GNH index, we used four processes, again, shared by one of the esteemed. One is to be purpose-driven. So what are we measuring, why we are measuring it? What are we trying to quantify at the end of the day? Why? That clarity is very important. It takes time because you need a lot of consultations with the communities that are being affected because of this index. Second, it has to be also driven by what can be measured. What are the kind of data available? So once you defined your why you're doing it, then what is available, what is possible? At ground number 3, of course, you have this cloud number 9 vision, but then you have to get to 3 feet in the end. And third, it has to be collaborative and participatory, because the needs are only known by those who are living it. So we are talking about poverty, so it's always important to have the voices of the poor at the end of the day in the design of any kind of index, or also in terms of the policy interventions, if I may share. And fourth, what has been happening with GNH index is also this constant check of the relevance of indicators. We developed the GNH index back in 2007-8. But is it still relevant, the indicators per se? Have we achieved some of the goals of at least few of the indicators? Then how do we modify, how do we make it relevant for the government of today? So that check also has to be constantly done. So these were just the 4 steps that we have done in Bhutan, and I feel that it might be helpful going forward for India as well. Thank
you. I think I'll just clarify what I was trying to say about the relation between purchasing power and the multidimensional poverty index, and that's also to address the valid criticism that Sita made about mixing up outcomes and inputs. If we had a comprehensive list of all the outcomes of interest and they were all measurable, then we would not need purchasing power, because purchasing power would just be one of the means. And since we have all the outcomes in front of us, we would not have to look at the means. The problem is that we are only looking at some selective outcomes. Many things are missing, maybe even most things. And the thing about money is that, you can do a lot of things with it. I mean, you can entertain yourself, you can travel, you can drink, all kinds of things. It gives you a certain freedom. And so I don't think we can ignore that if we are looking only at selective outcomes. So there are two things one can do. Either you include purchasing power in your index, even though it's not an outcome, but it's a kind of proxy for the outcomes, or you leave it out, and then you look at MPI data along with traditional monetary poverty data. And the HDI does the first. HDI has education, health, and then per capita income, which is the purchasing power indicator. MPI does the second. It leaves purchasing power out, and it looks at whatever outcomes we're able to look at. I'm not sure which approach is better. I'm not sure if one could or should include purchasing power in MPI. I think Sabina must have a view on that. But I think we just have to be clear, what are we looking at, and never look at a particular indicator in isolation.
Thanks very much for excellent suggestions on how better to improve MPI. I think we have taken note of that, and I'll be very happy if any of the participants here, if they can send some note in writing as to, then it will be much more clearer, and then we can actually take stock in a much better manner. Certainly, we also say this MPI is not the only measure; it supplements monetary poverty. But monetary poverty, as you know, the last, when we Planning Commission came out with this monetary poverty measures and estimates in 2011-12, there were a lot of criticism of the poverty. And after that, no clear decision was taken. A committee was also set up in Niti Aayog. Professor Panagadia was chairing it, but couldn't arrive at any measure to, any clear measure to measure the monetary poverty. I think that issue still hangs in balance. I think a call needs to be taken, but I cannot say for certain as to when we'll come out with monetary poverty. But certainly, there are World Bank estimates which measures monetary poverty also, including for India, which is somewhere around 11.9% for 2021. And I think by and large, if we see multidimensional poverty as well as this monetary poverty measures by other organizations such as World Bank, they're all converging towards somewhere around 10%. So more important is what to do with this number. I think more important is we should use this number to ultimately take measures for the people. I think there MPI comes in handy, and we know under each of these indicators that what are the areas which need improvement. And certainly as we go along, we'll look into how to improve this MPI methodology also. SDGs, I think this one question was raised was whether COVID impact is captured or not. So since this last MPI was based on NFHS 5, so about 70% of data was collected before COVID and 30% data collected after COVID. So it does capture part of the COVID. But we strongly feel in the last 2-3 years, so much improvement has been made across all the different indicators, because some of the indicators government tracks on a real-time basis, whether it's housing or sanitation or Jal Jeevan Mission, water connections, or cooking gas. So I think there are substantial improvements have been made in the last 2 to 3 years. So we are hoping that this COVID, negative impact of COVID perhaps would be much far behind us now, and things will be much better. But NFHS survey, as I said, will be out sometime later this year, and that will give us a more clear picture. Thank you.
I guess I'd raise the issue of, why do we make a composite index? Maybe basically there are 3 purposes. The first one, definitely policy rational, which Sabina started with. But there is another purpose. The purpose is to change the conversation, to change the discourse. And I think HDI did a good job in doing that in the 90s. So the change of discourse actually did take place, and we have been continuing that legacy. So changing discourse is the second purpose. The third one is, I would say, maybe advocacy. So advocacy part, unless we are, I think that, what John pointed out, this identifying a few key indicators, and then we keep advocating, to focus on those indicators. I think that's very crucial. So a multidimensional index, probably the advocacy part, I'm not sure that, advocacy for policy. So we have to think about that, to what extent we can make it useful for that. But changing discourse, definitely. MPI has, again, changed the discourse, move from money-metric poverty to, but again, there should be complementary to each other, as everyone has pointed out, that money-metric poverty is very sensitive to the sudden shocks, income shocks like COVID, which actually no multidimensional poverty index can capture unless we include something like that, which is sensitive to short-term shocks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very quickly, I must recall that about 20, 25 years back, Claude Katz and Sita, sitting here, had made it very clear that HD is not HDI. HDI is a tail of HD. So let's not take indicators to reflect what is human development, which is a much wider proposition involving democracy, including freedoms, which can never be captured by individual indicators. So that is one point I wanted to say, and therefore each indicator has to be looked at from the point of view of what it is meant to say and not the whole world. We need to have text to describe that. And if you look at any of the human development reports which are produced by the IHD or some of us, you would notice that it is not the standard type, but on each of the indicators like education, health, water, sanitation, we would have separate chapters. And these chapters would describe the qualitative as well as quantitative dimensions of where each of these issues stand. So that's really something which I'd like to point out. And the last thing is about the monetary poverty, which has been much talked about. I had this opportunity of looking at some of the leaked data of the 2017-18 data, and the major criticism was that, look, the food has come down. But what one has seen is that a new set of indicators which are fairly explicit out there, mobile phones, travels, packed food, all appear there. So when you club in, let's say, a set of packed food which come in from, let's say, Pepsi, and also bring in mobile phones, obviously the food component is down. That's the priority. I mean, we can't say that you eat that much of wheat. It's the choice of individuals what they want to eat. So I think MPI that way is definitely scoring above the income poverty measure. Thank you.
So thank you all so much to the panelists and to the people in this room who will be presenting throughout the next 3 days. And I really look forward to the exchange. But thank you for sharing, for exchanging, for debating. These issues are not settled. So I'd just like to say to the younger people who didn't ask questions, but who might be studying or researching, there's really space. There are a lot of things that need to be worked out. And so we are hoping that research and conversation engagement will take us to a place where metrics become even more useful for human development. And thank you all so very much. I think we adjourn now for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabina.
A group photograph. A group photograph. Okay, now this brings us, yes, the photograph can continue. Yeah, ISM. Go ahead.
You want to come? Come.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So this brings us to the end of the first session on measurement issues in human development, a very rich, engaging session indeed. We will now take break for lunch. Thank you very much, and reassemble in the hall at 2 o'clock again for the second session on future perspective and indicators in human development. There's just one important announcement. As Professor Sharma began the day, we have started a little late and there were some delays in the registration. In the evening, the UN is hosting a dinner for all of you, for all the conference participants. As per the UN protocol, there'll be volunteers who would help you to take you to the UN venue, the dinner venue, but as per the protocol, all of you are requested to please wear these tags. Excuse me, if I can get your attention, please. All the participants are required to wear these tags like the one that I'm wearing, which are now there on the registration desk. All these volunteers are requested to please help these people, all the delegates to please take the registration tags and also carry your ID cards. We'll now take break for lunch and reassemble in the hall at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. All the volunteers are requested to please help all the delegates collect their registration, their tags, and also the badge. Welcome back again. Welcome to session 2 of the Pre-Conclave Symposium on Measurement Issues in Human Development, which is being organized by United Nations Development Programme and Institute for Human Development. This session 2 is on future perspectives and indicators of human development. And the session is being chaired by Dr. P.K. Anand, Visiting Fellow, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, New Delhi. He is former Senior Advisor to the Government of India and lead for SDGs Development Monitoring and Evaluation, Niti Aayog, Government of India. I request you, sir, to please grace the dais. The panelists in this session are Dr. Norbert Shadi, Chief Economist, Human Development, the World Bank, Washington, D.C. Request Dr. Shadi to please come on the dais. Dr. Rafael Diaz de Medina, Chief Statistician and Director, Department of Statistics, International Labour Organization, Geneva. Request you, sir, to please grace the dais. Professor Rajiv Malhotra, Professor and Senior Fellow, Prime Minister's Museum and Library, New Delhi, and former Economic Advisor to the Union Finance Minister of India. Request you, Professor Malhotra, to please grace the dais. The discussants in this session are Professor Ashwini Seth, he's Emeritus Dean, School of Liberal Studies, BML Munjal University. He's Honorary Professor of Institute for Human Development, New Delhi, and Professor Emeritus, International Institute of Social Studies, Erasmus University, Rotterdam, Netherlands. So kindly grace the dais, Professor Ashwini Seth. And Dr. Sarah Cook, she's Visiting Researcher, Southern Center for Inequality Studies, Wits University, South Africa, and Professor and Head of School, University of Nottingham, Ningbo, China. I request Ms. Cook to please grace the dais. I now request Mr. P.K. Anand to please conduct the session.
Thank you very much. And a session immediately after the lunch. So I feel elated that at least as many as who are here are here. I think before we embark upon the issues related to human perspectives, and we can start from Plato's time also, human development, and the kind of emphasis he had given to education within it. And it's nice to see that, yes, it remains important for all the indices being used today. But one thing which in our first session came across many times was on some sort of a financial wherewithal with a family or household. So I think when we were writing in RIS, I had written a paper in 21 on multidimensional poverty. And I thought that suppose I am a villager sitting in a village and I'll have two kinds of requirements. One is which are related to my status on resilience as of now. So if suppose there is a snake bite, and it's not the education or health or other things, but immediate requirement is to get an ambulance, which may or may not come because if it is free, it may come, but then time is also important. So that kind of indices we have taken under that category. And I'll be talking on some of these indices on that aspect also. And some are on development of better resilience like say, education, health, etc. There was some discussion on inequality also in the morning. And we all know that Gini index is the workhorse today. It has many plus points. I have been using it profusely in my papers. But I would like to start with one pitfall of Gini index. Suppose for a country we say its Gini index was as high as 0.35. There's an improvement. It is down to 0.31. So what exactly we are comparing? Let me assume there are 3 households having incomes of 10, 20, and 30, maybe thousands or whatever. After 2 years, their incomes become 11, 22, and 33. Now, the relative income principle tells me that the Gini coefficient does not change for these households. But if we see the absolute incomes, these are now much more divergent. There was a divergence of between 10 to 11 is only one point improvement for the lowest household, whereas the highest has gone from 30 to 33. So this is broadly an index of inequality per se, not inequity. And we have other indices also of inequality per se, like standard deviation is there, variance related to it is there. So when I started working, I thought there should be some indices which are poverty sensitizing indices. And we contributed to the literature what I call inequity augmented Lorentz curve. And that is to capture the inequity aspect out of it. Now coming to the debate on human development, which we went through, and it's such a vast area, and we have speakers with us. So I'll take 1 or 2 minutes on the work which I was mentioning before I move to the speakers. When we came to, like say, current resilience, I think in today's world, mobile phone connectivity is one of the most important survival support. I categorize it as survival support. Some sort of safety net, and preferably opening automatically. Some financial savings equivalent to, say, 2 months of income, equivalent to, say, twice of the financial poverty line. If there's a family having no breadwinner, obviously it falls under deprivations. And on education, we did include quality also, which was discussed in the morning. One last point on that I would like to add is that we are checking the status of a household on multidimensional poverty, where we are overlooking one fact, that what is the employability level of that family? Is the household able to earn something? So we did recommend right to skilling, so that a family has a right to skilling, they go for skilling, they earn something, and not only they take care of the family itself, but they're in a position to give employment to at least one person. So that's our kind of definition of employability. So these are the larger contours within which I think we can, and there's no one single way to define any index which can capture all the aspects of human development. Of course, the mental stress and other areas are also becoming very important these days. So anyhow, I'll start with the speakers. I request Sarah Cook, and I hope you can finish your remarks in, say, around 15 minutes. Thank you, Sarah. Please.
Okay, I'm a bit confused because I was a discussant on the panel and then asked to present. So I've got a very short, I think, presentation, but I didn't give my PowerPoint. So do you want me to talk from there? Okay, I'll. Okay, apologies. I would have presented a PowerPoint if I'd realized I wasn't the discussant. So I'm going to talk then. No, I don't, because I didn't know that I was presenting. But I'm going to talk a little bit then on some work that I've done with Professor Naila Kabir from the London School of Economics, thinking about what we call a feminist economy of well-being. So I think I would have liked to have responded a little bit to the other speakers. I'm not talking so much about measurement, but I am talking about what are the future ideas for thinking about a beyond GDP paradigm that captures many of the human development and well-being indicators that we're talking about. So this was work, it's quite preliminary, and I would say it's very preliminary work that we're trying to bring together some networks to think across different divides that we usually are. But let me first start by saying, why do we want to argue for a new concept of the economy, so the groups that are increasingly talking about beyond GDP? And obviously, we're trying to counter the limitations of the GDP measure, which I think we're all very familiar with. GDP as a single metric is very valuable for capturing various aspects of the economy, but obviously we're all aware, and particularly COVID brought this to our attention, that many aspects of care and social reproduction and of ecology and nature, and that came up this morning also, are not included. But the GDP is not so much about the metric that we're concerned. We're also concerned about the idea of GDP growth as the sort of growth-driven economy that, to paraphrase Coyle, has come to play a central role in the policies that structure people's lives and livelihoods, dominates political debates and policies, and can make and break government. And so in this light, we've been trying to look through the different ways in which growth is talked about, particularly in the development literature. So we know that currently GDP growth obviously excludes many of the things we care about, and from the gender perspective, particularly issues around care and social reproduction, but also from an ecological, environmental perspective, many issues about ecological goods and services, unless they're exchanged on the market. But it also includes it values many things that we might consider bad. And so this value judgment between what is good and what is bad and what we measure is one of the things we're also trying to bring in thinking about a well-being economy. There's also, with GDP, as we're aware, and as one of the very early feminist economists, Marilyn Waring, talked about, constant slippage between using prices to measure value and using prices to confer value. And so what gets included in GDP has come to define who and what gets valued. And so what are the alternatives? And that leads obviously to GDP as a measure of national welfare, which all of the human development and other indices have tried to counter. But really in many of these fields, and particularly I think in this gendered care work, the unpaid work and goods and services of social reproduction, as well as many of the ecological goods and services that we value, these are not covered within our measure as GDP of national welfare. So in thinking about these issues, we looked through all of the ways in which growth in the development literature has been discussed, from the early concerns with trickle-down economic growth, growth redistribution with growth, to more neoliberal pro-poor growth, to debates about current debates, inclusive, sustainable, green growth, etc. And there are many ways in which we can track through the ways in which both gender and nature and the ecology or the environment have been included or marginalized and excluded in these things. So I don't have time to go through the whole narrative, but women obviously were largely absent from the policy discourse in early growth debates. Where they were included, it was very much a welfare approach. Then it became more an efficiency approach. We can invest in women in order that they contribute to growth. And we can see similar issues with the way in which environment and ecological goods and services are included in growth debates. And so then we look at the different ways in which we have tried to measure these different elements. And I think in doing that, we started by thinking about, well, we want to get to what drives a well-being economy. So what would we incorporate and what do we therefore need to measure? What do we value and what do we measure in what we term a well-being economy? So we started really by thinking about the drivers of ill-being. And we found, in particular, we returned to authors, but two in particular I'll mention. One is Polanyi and his discussion of unregulated markets and fictive or fictitious commodities. So those commodities, the goods that are not produced for sale, but that we treat as such, so land, labor, money, and how the nature of markets and these fictitious commodities acts as a driver of ill-being. And the second author that we've drawn a lot on is Nancy Fraser, who talks about, as others do also, how capital needs a non-commodified sphere. And so, for example, the non-commodified sphere of social reproduction, gender, care work, unpaid work in the household, in order to expand and grow. And so those sort of are the framing underpinnings of our attempts to start thinking through, well, what really do we want to measure? And so then we review and look at all of a whole range, including many that we've talked about this morning, of measures of welfare that could help us to get to an alternative vision of an alternative measure of what we want, of the quality of life, etc. And that includes the subjective well-being indicators, happiness, etc. Indicators based in capabilities approaches such as human development, multidimensional poverty, notions of justice and how we can bring notions of justice into our measures, and sustainability in terms of obviously the ecological, environmental, but I think also intergenerational and other measures. So I won't go into any depth on those different measures because I think that's the subject of many of what we're talking about. But I think what we're trying to now explore further is to think, well, what does a feminist approach to a well-being economy really mean? What is the alternative? And how also does it link to the debates around ecological transition and low-carbon transitions? And on the latter point, at one end of the spectrum, we've got the debates about green growth. And a green growth agenda really proposes a reduction in resource and energy, material inputs, etc. But on the other, the more radical versions, obviously, the radical critique of growth, the degrowth agenda, argues that an absolute decline in the use of energy and material inputs that's needed to reverse the climate crisis is unlikely to be achieved with the expansion of the economy as it is currently measured. So how do we come up with alternative measures? And these are more macro. They can't just be at the household, but they do frame and shape what is possible, the policy dimensions that affect, obviously, individuals and households. So these critiques sort of underpin the argument for degrowth, for moving away from the growth imperative. Obviously, that is highly contested, particularly from the global south. And inevitably, we're looking at countries and regions of the world that clearly need to grow, but that have degrowth forced on them often through austerity process, for example. And so growth is necessary, or some kind of growth, to achieve security of basic needs and some minimum level of well-being in many parts of the world. There's also the issue that comes into these debates, and how do we take this into consideration, about the ecological debt between global north and global south. So I think these debates, as we're going through and trying to think what would be the basis for what we call a feminist economy of well-being, but an economy of well-being that really values the things we care about: care, social reproduction, intergenerational transmission of values and well-being, and obviously a sustainable ecology and environment. These are kind of the debates where we've got very different views coming from different global audiences, different stakeholders. And particularly this north-south divide is very clear when you get onto the ecological one. So we really, at this point, are concluding by arguing that some key features of what we call a feminist approach to a well-being economy that resonates with the call to go beyond GDP and the growth-led agenda. And feminists' approaches, I think, would vary in many respects to different parts of the world, different perspectives, but share certain core principles. And those principles are also shared by other movements for social justice, including the climate justice movement. Obviously, one is that growth is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve ends that have intrinsic value. It also implies it would include care of family members, thriving communities, all the things I think that we've heard particularly from the Bhutan case, an absence of extreme inequalities and a healthy environment. A very different approach requires abandoning overall pursuit of market-led growth, and I think this is where the beyond GDP sort of growing movement comes in. It recognizes the need for growth in key sectors that are fundamental to human development. And I think these include things like, thinking more about the public provision of public goods or public services, social services, more public provided rather than commodified and privatized. It recognizes, obviously, growth in key sectors that are fundamental to human and environmental sustainability, and an economy that's organized around human flourishing and ecological sustainability rather than the accumulation of capital. So I think, the UN Women has also put together a very nice statement of this in its 2021 feminist plan. And I'll just finish with a short quote from this. But I think these are sort of more about setting out some debates for how we can come together beyond the measures that we have, the well-being measures at the individual and household level, to also challenge the well-being measures at a national level in terms of GDP to have better indicators of well-being. So the alternative vision, according to UN Women, would not prioritize economic growth as an end in itself. Instead, it starts with basic questions about what the economy is for. The flourishing and survival of life, as feminists have long argued, economic policies need to align with these goals. It would ensure sustainable livelihoods for all and would stop treating unpaid care work and environmental as limitless resources that can be used for free and depleted without cost or consequence. Instead, it would put economic policies at the service of sustainability, gender equality, and social justice. So that's the vision that we are trying to bring together, and I think link policy, action, and activists, as well as the academic community, to try and develop alternative measures for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. You spliced very well the aspect of human development with, and you are at the Southern Center of Inequality Studies at Wits University, South Africa, and especially the ecological aspect which you brought out, feminist aspect, and the other line, subjective well-being as a part of the happiness, economics and happiness index. Intergenerational issues are much important, and to be very frank, ecological cross-cuts that also when we talk in terms of SDGs, the 5 Ps. The P standing for planet, and planet for whom? For people, and which people? This generation as well as the coming generations. And the alternative measures also you spoke about. I think it added a lot to the insights which are being discussed today. I'll request next to Mr. Norbert Shandy. He is a Chief Economist, Human Development at the World Bank, Washington, D.C. Mr. Norbert, the floor is yours.
I don't know where my presentation went. It was here. We'll figure it out. Where's my presentation? What?
So you saved it, right?
I gave it to somebody to bring on here. It's not neat. It's not these two.
Okay. That's you? This one?
Yes, that's the one. Okay. Well. Okay. You do actually get to see the slides. Well, thank you very much. I wanted to share some reflections on measurement, as is the topic of this session. And I wanted to sort of start by motivating it. Why do we care? Why isn't it good enough just to measure poverty and sort of assume that by measuring poverty, we're measuring all the relevant aspects of human development? This is a map of Peru. I grew up in Peru, so it happens to be a country that I know something about. And what we have in one map, the one that is on the left, we have the extent of poverty in each of the states in Peru. So the more red a state is, the more poverty there is, and then the more blue or green, the less poverty there is, and then you go over to the next map over and you have a composite measure of human capital, the human capital index. I'll speak a little bit more about it. And what you'll see, if you compare the maps, is that there is a lot of overlap, which isn't all that surprising. Richer areas tend to have better human capital outcomes, but there are also areas where certainly the overlap is less than perfect. So in Peru, for example, the states that are furthest to the east are states that are in the jungle of the country, and those areas tend to have somewhat lower poverty, but very low levels of human capital. And conversely, you also have some areas that have relatively high levels of human capital and low levels of poverty, or high levels of poverty. So the point here being that we can't just assume that if we have one measure like poverty, we're actually capturing everything that we want to capture. And that also has implications, obviously, for policy. So in particular, in those cases where we're off the north-facing diagonal, if you want, the diagonal that goes from low to high. If we're looking at the diagonals, the quadrants where you've got either high poverty and high human capital, or low poverty and high human capital, these kind of quadrants really call for a different way of thinking or a different policy mix for development. So I'm going to use some examples from a measure that the World Bank has put together, which is called the Human Capital Index. In part, it's because I know more about the Human Capital Index, but also I think it also is a way of framing some of the discussion that might actually be useful. So the Human Capital Index, I think the one thing that is different from some of the other composite indices is that it has three different components. One is schooling, another is health, and the third is survival. But the important point here is that the weights that are given to the different measures that go into the Human Capital Index are given by growth accounting theory, and in particular, they're linked to the productivity that people will have when they are adults. And so this is a really difficult discussion for much of this measurement issue. Is if you have different measures and you want to aggregate them into some index, what do you put in, and how do you give the weights to the different things that go into the index? And the HCI, what it does is it derives these weights from the effect that they have on adult productivity. And what it actually measures is how much human capital, or what it attempts to measure is how much human capital a child born today can expect to acquire by age 18 if this child faces the health and poor and education conditions that prevail in right now. And so let me talk a little bit more about that. Survival is somewhat obvious because people who don't survive don't accumulate any human capital. It's people who die before they're 18. That's investment in human capital that hasn't produced anything. And then in terms of schooling, the index measures both the amount of schooling, but also the amount of learning that happens in school. And so what it is really is a measure in which the amount of schooling is weighted by the amount of learning that happens within schools. And then in terms of health, it basically measures, in practice, what it does is it measures, again, survival and stunting, the extent to which people acquire less human capital because of poor health conditions in the country. So we launched the Human Capital Index in 2018. We have data, and it covers 154, the first iteration of it covered 154 countries. The newest iteration covers about 175 countries. And we're now planning on revising the index or updating the index in 2025 to reflect the post-COVID reality in terms of human capital. What you have on the right-hand side is a map which shows the levels of the index in quartiles around the world. And what you see again is, to some extent, expected. The lowest levels of human capital are found in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in some countries in South Asia. The highest ones are found in the global north. And then you've got intermediate levels of human capital in much of East Asia and Latin America. Now, this goes back to the point that I made earlier, which is to what extent do we need to what extent does either income or poverty or GDP, to what extent does that capture everything we would want to know about human capital? And here what we have is a graph which shows the human capital index as a function of the log of GDP per capita. And what you see is obviously, again, not surprisingly, there's an upward relationship. Countries that have higher GDP per capita also tend to have higher human capital. But you also see that there are a lot of countries that are off the regression line, and in some cases off by a substantial amount. And off both above and below, obviously, since the line is the average. But you see a country like Vietnam that has very high levels of human capital given its income. And then conversely, you see a country like Pakistan, say, which has very low levels of human capital for its income level. So it's clearly capturing something other than just simply income, because you don't get all the countries on the line. In fact, you find considerable variation. And this just illustrates this further. So you can take 3 countries here that have essentially the same level of GDP per capita. So we have Vietnam, Guatemala, and Eswatini. All 3 have, like I said, much the same level of GDP per capita, but large differences in terms of the human capital that their population has. And again, just to go back, the human capital in this case is the amount of education they have, weighted by the test scores, as well as the health status. So really big differences for countries that have very similar income levels. And you see this for these 3 countries, but you could pick other countries and you'd find much the same. In general, what we find is that girls do better than boys in virtually all regions of the world by this measure, except South Asia, where girls do somewhat worse than boys in terms of the human capital index. And you also find there's a considerable variation in how girls do relative to boys in different components within the index. So you can have the case, for example, in many countries, what you have is that girls do better on test scores when they're in school, but fewer of them go to school. And so, again, this sort of disaggregation allows you to see the kinds of gender differences that you find by this measure. One challenge that I think a lot of us face in terms of what we want to measure in terms of human capital is the fact that many of these variables change very little over time. So what you see here is on the left-hand side, we have test scores for, in this case, is about 100 countries in 2010 and in 2020, and most countries fall along this 45-degree line, where roughly either a little bit above or a little bit below, and some of the variation is going to be simply measurement error or such. But you do see some countries that really do improve dramatically or go back dramatically. But this is more broadly for the discussion. This is an important challenge: is to what extent can we measure human capital in a way that is sensitive also to somewhat relatively more short-term changes in human capital? And I want to give one example from another. We're in India, a very big country with lots of variation across states. But I want to give one example from a different very big country, Brazil, and how, in fact, policies to promote human capital can actually take a particular state from being a real laggard in terms of the amount of human capital it has to being an outstanding performer. So this is a map on the left of Brazil, and the state I'm going to focus on is called Ceará. Ceará is in the north east of the country, which is the poorest area in Brazil. And what I'm going to show you now is basically, over 20 years, Ceará had a very sustained effort to improve learning outcomes for children with a number of very concrete policies, and I will show you how Ceará went from being a real laggard to being an outstanding performer within Brazil. They had sustained political leadership. There was regular measurement of learning followed by action to remediate those cases where learning was low. Municipalities in Brazil have autonomy and responsibility for primary schools. So what the state government did, it gave tax incentives, tax benefits, and additional transfers to municipalities that actually improved in terms of their learning outcomes. And they also gave a lot of technical assistance to these municipalities in order to be able to improve. Sometimes we say, well, we're going to give incentives for people to improve, but if they don't really know what they have to do to improve, it isn't worth very much. And this goes to the point that I made a second ago about sustained leadership. Over about 20 years, you had different governors and different sectors of education, all of which essentially followed the same policies for over 20 years, or for around 20 years, in terms of what they measured, what they incentivized, what the exact nature of the transfers were, and the tax incentives that municipalities got. And here's where it all led to. So let's look first at the graph on the left. We have 3 points, 2007, 2013, and 2019. And you see that in 2007, each dot represents a combination of a state and a particular year, so either 2007, 13, or 20. So what you see is in 2007, Ceará was amongst the lowest performing states in Brazil. By 2013, it was sort of running in the middle of the pack. And by 2019, and I want to stress again, of all the states in Brazil, it is amongst the 5 poorest states in Brazil. So of all the states in Brazil, by 2019, it was amongst the 4 top performing states in terms of learning outcomes. This is remarkable, really, that over a 15-year period, they went from being one of the lowest performing states, and I'm sure we can think of something similar in the case of India, for example, where you have very low performing states, and Ceará would have been one of these states in 2007, and by 2019 it was one of the highest performing states. And the graph on the right, each dot is a municipality, and what you see there is there are about 5,500 municipalities in Brazil, and of the 5,500, if you rank the 20 municipalities with the highest performing students on this measure by learning outcomes, you rank municipalities by this, 12 of them are actually in Ceará. So even though it is one of the poorest states in the country, 12 municipalities out of the 20 highest performing municipalities, 12 are in this state. And this all came about, as I said, through sustained political leadership and coherence, long-term vision in terms of policies. And if you look once again at the graph on the right, what you will see is that it isn't because they spent more. And I'm not saying spending is not important, but Ceará, given its resources, actually spent less than the average state per student on education, and nevertheless had some of the highest performing municipalities in the country. So really, I think what it shows is that there really is, even though human capital moves relatively slowly, if you want, on its own, so we can't just say, oh, well, it's going to go up and we can measure it. There are concerted policy efforts that actually can drive substantial improvement in these outcomes. Just a couple of final slides. Going back to the Human Capital Index, it's important not only just to measure what is happening, this follows from the example of Ceará as well, not just to measure what is happening at the aggregate national level, but also what is happening in terms of people of different socioeconomic status. And very often what you find here, we have a couple of examples. I'll focus, for example, on Guatemala versus El Salvador. I think you can see it sort of on the slide. But the point is, on average, these are countries that have, Guatemala and El Salvador are countries that have roughly the same income level. El Salvador has a higher level of human capital, but it also has a much lower dispersion in human capital than is the case in El Salvador. So there's less inequality in terms of human capital in El Salvador than in Guatemala. And if you compare Zimbabwe with Uganda, you find much the same picture. Similar levels of income, and in the case of Zimbabwe, a much, much higher dispersion in human capital than in the case of Uganda. Finally, human capital is obviously useful, if you want, in and of itself, but it's particularly, we should also be interested in to what extent is it something that is then, to what extent do people put their human capital to use in the labor market. And so we've produced something that is called the UHCI, which basically weights the human capital index by the proportion of people who are working. And what you find is, in particular, there's a lot of variation in this, and in particular, unsurprisingly, and building a little bit perhaps on the comments that were made a second ago, big variation in terms of women and women's participation in the labor market. And so on the right-hand side, what you have is two countries, Peru and Jordan, which have, on average, the same level of human capital of women. They both have about a 0.6. The human capital index goes from 0 to 1, where 1 means full human capital. 0.6 is, well, 60% of the human capital that a child could have accumulated. But the difference between Peru and in this case, Jordan, is that almost none of the women in Jordan work. And so as a result, even though they have high human capital, if you want, the utilization adjusted human capital for women in Jordan is extremely low, because very few women work in Jordan. So let me just conclude with a couple of comments on this, or really in some sense, many of the measures of human capital that we have. One issue we have is that coverage data tends to be very outdated in some cases, or entirely absent. Here what we have is data on stunting on the left and data on proficiency tests, international tests on the right. And what you find is that in many countries, the data that we have is 10 years outdated or more, or in many countries in particular, actually in South Asia and in East Asia, many countries that do not participate in any of the international tests. And so it's very hard to compare the extent to which human capital, certainly the dimension of human capital that is measured, that measures learning outcomes, is very hard to compare, including in the case of India, with other countries, because they don't participate in PISA or TIMSS and so on. And this is a real challenge for this, as well as other measures of human development. And finally, there are obviously other challenges. There are, I think, there are a number of measures, a number of outcomes that we should be deeply concerned about that we don't collect data on regularly. One that I've worked on extensively is measures of early childhood development, cognitive, language, social-emotional development. We know these are highly predictive of how well children do eventually when they become adults, and yet we have no comparable measure of early childhood development that we collect regularly. Also, much human capital is also accumulated at work once people are older than 18. I have a whole other set of slides which I think I get to present tomorrow, like others have been surprised by where I appear and disappear in the program. But insofar as I do appear, at some point there are some measures or some slides that I have that basically show that the amount of the increases in productivity that occur after people start working vary a great deal across countries, and we tend not to think of that as human development or human capital, and yet we should. So let me stop there, and I look forward to any discussion after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norbert. And I'll start one comment on the other challenges you have spoken about, stunting, and I think it's a very critical indicator. And to be very frank, if I compare between stunting, underweight, and wasting, stunting is one indicator which becomes more or less irreversible, say at the age of 2 or 5. And which is why internationally now there's a lot of focus on the first 1,000 days, starting inception. I'm really grateful that you touched upon not only certain individual countries as examples, but you drilled down, in the case of Brazil, to the municipalities also, and you brought out a very shining example of Sierra. In the morning, there was some discussion that, yes, if a state is lagging too much, it becomes easier for it to catch up because there is too much to catch up, so fine. But to catch up and then come among the top in results, and so many municipalities within Sierra, I think that was one shining example which has benefited us all. Great, and I hope that there will be more questions on it during the question answers. I'll next request Mr. Rafael Medina. He's the Chief Statistician of ILO, Geneva.
Okay, thank you, and I want to thank the organizers, and I'm very happy on behalf of the ILO to be partnering with the Institute. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary, and we are very happy to be joining you in this opportunity. Has been one of the first speakers on behalf of the ILO. Then I know that in the coming days, we are going to have more speakers from our side. So I wanted to thank the organizers and the chair for having us. I will give you a glimpse of what are the measurements on this work, and particularly what are the recent advancements that we have had, and what is the future trends that we envisage, and the future steps that we are going to face and have as a possibility. Sorry, it takes a while. I will give you an overview. I had previewed to have more time, but then I will focus on the 15 minutes. I will only give you a glimpse, but I will try to depart from giving you a framework of what is the structure of the measurement that we have in such an important aspect of human development as it is, of course, decent work. And we have barely heard about it up to now, but it's crucial, and we know very well how important it is for explaining the human development progress or not. And particularly, we have seen some of the interesting other aspects that on unpaid work and gender statistics that we have just heard, and we will hear more in this framework. I wanted to give you this idea that the availability of this data on around the 4 dimensions of decent work, which is the rights at work, the employment, the social protection, and the social dialogue. And in this regard, it's a framework that emerged in 2008 with the tripartite agreement. You know, in the ILO, we are a tripartite organization with workers, employers, and governments. And there were some agreements around a set of indicators, clusters in these, I would say, 11 dimensions that I tried to summarize very quickly around the different aspects of employment and, of course, social protection and social dialogue. The more, I would say, noteworthy, it's the advancements that lately has been on rights and the indicators on rights at work, which usually used to be the least developed set of indicators, and we are very proud of having now a very interesting indicator that is an SDG indicators on the advancements of labor rights in setting the well-being, of course, of decent work. This is a structure. I wanted to depart from that because around that we are going to build on what are the recent advancements and I would say new things that the international community have arrived, had agreed to work on. The scope of labor market statistics is the usual scope. It's a huge scope of different usual variables that most of the countries in the world has managed to manage, although we have huge missing gaps in some countries. But I would say that after the SDG indicators framework, we have progressed in the world in terms of data availability. These are the usual headline indicators that you are used to work on labor statistics. It's mostly focused on employment statistics, but it's a set of indicators that it's very rich, and I would not go in the details, but it's really something that emerged and from the labor demand, from the labor supply, and helped particularly in identify the bottlenecks in labor markets. Coupled with the decent work indicators that goes beyond this, it's the scope of labor statistics now is the scope of decent work indicators and decent work statistics, which goes beyond. What is important in seeking, I would say, the new trends is to explain to you the recent advancements that labor statistics have managed to accomplish, and with the active participation of India, by the way, and by most of the countries in the world. It's an international, it's the oldest, I would say, mechanism of standard setting and statistics, which is the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, the ICLS, which is hosted by the ILO, but it's not from the ILO. It's a huge community of labor statisticians from governments, workers, and employers that set and thinks about the new forms of measurement and new forms of indicators to tackle the emerging, I would say, emerging topics in the world of work. And particularly, it meets once every 5 years, but it's a continuous process because while we are preparing one ICLS, there are many consultations in all the regions, and there are very expert groups where we have been having the privilege to have many statisticians from India and from neighboring countries and Asian countries actively working on that. It's a tripartite structure, and we have also observers. We have just had the centenary edition in Geneva in last October, where I will brief you on what has been the framework. We were happy to have the Chief Statistician of India attending, Dr. Samantha, and Mr. Guha from MOSPI as well, actively working in the discussions. How we keep pace of these changes through the ICLS. Of course, I just mentioned the latest ones because they are the most important for the future. There was one in 2013 where they adopted a work statistics framework and standardization that I will just pass through very briefly, but it's quite groundbreaking. And it addresses many of the aspects that were just raised about the not availability of data, for instance, of unpaid work, or the gender statistics issues. It clearly, you will see that it broadened the scope of the usual, the conventional labor statistics into much more important things. It narrowed the concept of employment and broadened and defined for the first time the concept of work from the statistical point of view. In 2018, we have the 20th, which adopted a new framework on work relationships. It was the adoption of a new classification of the status of employment, I would say, which it's taking into account the new forms of work that are emerging in the work. So the boundaries between what is an employee and an employer used to be very, very clear, but now it's not the case anymore. And because of that, the labor statisticians have decided to move forward and create new categories and reclassify existing categories in order to make visible what it used to be invisible in the past, which, for instance, the dependent contractors and the new forms of work that there are contractual figures that are not employees but are connected with the employer through different channels. So we have different new categories that are really taking care of that. And finally, in 2025, we had a quite radical new standard on informality that has just been approved, which will set the stage for having a much more, I would say, accurate and more up to date, I would say, definition in terms of making it more visible also for developed countries, not only for developing countries. We used to think that informality was only the street vendor, and it's not. Now the new forms of work are coming with new forms of informality, and because of that, of course, we have to try to work deeper on the topic. So the framework of work, which I mentioned to you, is this in 2013. It was how we in the past we used to have employment, which is the blue thing there. But now we have broadened the scope to work. And employment it's now only focused on this work for pay and profit. And of course, then we have the unpaid work, which is the rest. It's the own-use production work, that's services and goods, and there are also other forms of unpaid work that have to be identified at least. These are the frameworks that will guide the measurement of labor statistics in the national statistical offices in the world. And particularly of that, it's important to notice that this circle, it's the SNA labor input, which is, as you see, they used to leave behind, for instance, the unpaid work of services, the care economy, which has a clear impact on gender, and other forms. And of course, in the end, most of the countries were only focused on some parts of unpaid trainee work or volunteer work, but not really focused on identifying concretely the unpaid work. This was the reference. It used to be the reference for labor statistics. Now the reference for decent work indicators will be work, which is something that will have an impact in the decent work indicator framework that I mentioned at the very beginning. Then in 2018, we have a new resolution of new work relationship that I could tell you before. We created two categories, which is creating the dichotomy between independent workers and dependent workers. But the more important thing is that created two dimensions of I would say, of classification. One, combine the type of authority, and the other one, the type of economic risk that the person is involved. This is important because it created very interesting categories. I will not pass through each of them, but the more important thing is that this dependent contractor that you will see there, for instance, in the dependent worker. In the past, they were not identified, and many countries who have already adopted this international classification, that by now we have 30 countries only adopting this classification, but more are coming increasingly, which is these dependent contractors are a clear way of identifying these new forms of contractual agreements that we had. These are contractual arrangements of commercial nature, but not a contract of employment in order to provide goods and services for or through another economic unit. And it can ring you a bell because there are new forms of work that they are not employers, but they are not employees, but they work through an economic unit, but they are dependent on what this other economic unit has for organization of the work or even for the execution of the work, but they are not linked with a contract of employment. And this is clearly a very important category, and this is what it turned to be when we started to produce data at the country level. Well, I will pass through this, but the important thing is that in 2023, we arrived to a new definition of informal economy, and this has been a kind of, I would say, groundbreaking new definition for us because it integrates the concept of work that I just mentioned to you, and now informality will not only be informal employment, but also will be informal for all forms of work. So it broadens the scope of informality also for unpaid forms of work. And this, it's aligning what we have just heard about the Beyond GDP initiatives that we work jointly with the whole system. And it will I would say, facilitate the compatibilization of the new emerging GDP measures and the concept of informality. So first, it recognizes this framework and also includes the dependent contractors that I just mentioned you, that it was emerging from the 20th ICLS. So the 21st ICLS has also mentioned this for the ICLS. So because of that, of course, the concepts of informal employment and informal sector have been reviewed. Although it's building from current definitions, it's very important because it's an SDG indicator, as you know, and it's been an SDG indicator. It means that it has to be universal, not only for developing countries, but also for developed countries. So it means that the new forms of work and informality around these concepts are crucial. And these definitions were also included in this new framework that emerged from the ICLS. There are concrete new indicators that have been proposed, and we are very confident that we are going to have better measurements in the future. Then on the other frameworks that will work around decent work, we have recently relaunched, I would say, a very old concept that is in the roots of the ILO itself, because it's in the ILO's constitution and in the ILO Declaration of Philadelphia from 1944. It's the concept of I would say, the relaunching of the need to advance on social justice. And the first report of the current Director General of the ILO in 2023 particularly identified this as a crucial thing, and this called for international measurement and new metrics on measurement social justice. And the more important thing is that, of course, I would say that the existing frameworks that we have at hand, like the decent work indicator framework, like the system of national accounts, like the scope of labor statistics, I think it's enough for many of these dimensions. But the beauty of this, I would say, the new conceptualization is also to highlight the issue of inequalities and fair distribution within the world of work. That probably is one of the least developed in terms of metrics, at least from the global perspective. We have a lot of national attempts, particularly through the disaggregation of work. So the important thing is that the combination of the four dimensions of decent work, employment, rights, social protection, and social dialogue, with the four dimensions that are focused on universal rights and capabilities, which are linked with labor rights, equal access to opportunities, fair distribution, and then the just transitions, which is the impact of work on the world of work on globalization, technology, like artificial intelligence, demographics, environment, etc., and crisis, like wars, etc. This kind of dimensions are the ones that have been seen by the constituents of the ILO as the drivers of how to advance the social justice. And then they called, of course, for measurement and how we can track the measurement of that. To do that, the latest ICLS, we convened a high-level panel where very prominent experts from different domains discussed intensively how this new measurement of social justice should be done. And what is interesting is that came the conclusion that there was a need for more disaggregated data, of course, but the existing international frameworks are enough in terms of tracking most of the dimensions, particularly with the advancement of the SDG indicators, the decent work indicator framework, but also the quality of employment that the UNECE in Europe has developed, the social cohesion initiative, for instance, of Statistics Canada, the well-being framework of OECD, the quality of life, of course, of OECD as well. So there are existing frameworks where there are enough information to build up these four dimensions that I mentioned. We still have to fill gaps, and this is where labor statistics comes, like the unpaid work, informality with hopefully with new forms of measurement, the care work and care economy, and the impact of just transitions and poverty. Of course, we have heard today that we have a lot of indicators on poverty also to combine. We need more qualitative data and citizen-generated data, which is something that it was called to enhance the opportunities to have this type of indicators. When we measure social justice, it's not only an objective thing, but it's also a subjective issue. And we need to have the citizen's voice, and this is the call for citizen-generated data. It was also agreed that it was not prone to have a composite index, but more a dashboard and a parsimonious set of indicators. And finally, it's also linking very closely with the beyond GDP. And just to finish, apart from passing through all the SDG indicators that are related to decent work, particularly just to highlight 8.31 on informality, where here Asita Vera, who is here with us, had been in the driving seat when we defined it, when we negotiated in the UN, and this is the set of indicators. But the more important thing is, just to finish, is the need to link all these frameworks with the Beyond GDP. And it has been, and I agree more than I agree strongly, I would say, with the fact that the existing GDP is not enough. And I think this has been acknowledged even by the present Secretary General of the UN, where there was a recent initiative in the UN CEB, the Chief Executive Board of Directors, which is all the UN agencies, where they have agreed to work on the Beyond GDP initiative as our common agenda. And because of that, there were a lot of discussions of how the different variables have to be linked and enhanced. The good news is that we will have a new system of national accounts in 2025. So very soon, agreed by the UN Statistical Commission. And this means that we had the opportunity to influence the new way of measurement GDP, of course, not to the extent that we would have liked, but it was important, and it was nice to synchronize the ICLS discussions with the coming SNA and the new form of GDP. And the good news is that the framework of unpaid work and also informality will be part of the SNA. So it's the first time that it will be, the countries will be called to start measuring actively on that, and somehow we are encouraged, because the unpaid work will be, for particularly the care economy, will be especially identified as a need to be measured, and particularly in this process, we have been working in the expert groups that will give birth to this revision of the system of national accounts. And of course, our desirable goal is also to have completely synchronizing the system of national accounts with the new work framework, and also with the informality framework, and let alone with the new forms of work. This is coming. We are hoping that the 2025 we are going to have good news on this regard. Finally, I will finalize to share with you what the labor statisticians have set as a roadmap for the future. What are the new trends on labor statistics? What are the different new emerging topics, and topics that need to have definitions? I would highlight from this set of list of priorities that the labor statisticians have defined in 2023 is that the first one will be to focus also on care economy. So the care work will be something that will need to have new standards, and in a way to push the production of data on this. This means a clear, I would say, push and support for time use surveys and time use measurement. This is unavoidable now in this new framework, and I would say that it's encouraging if with the SNA will take this explicitly. The second thing is the digital platform employment, and of course the digital platform employment that you will hear from our colleagues in the next days. It has been also identified because it's very poorly measured, it's poorly identified, and there is a need for further work, and the ILO was called to convene expert meetings for a statistical standard to be adopted in the next ICLS in 2028. So apart from that, of course, there are emerging other topics like the need to review the classification of occupations that, of course, with the hectic changes in the world of work, the reskilling, the different, the artificial intelligence, and many impacts are obviously impacted in the way that countries are setting this, and the way of updating, of course, have been also reviewed. I only gave you a glimpse of that. If you are interested, of course, you can scan this, and you will have the whole proceedings of the ICLS and the new trends on labor statistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Medina. And I think when we started reading about decent work as a part of SDG 8, and such an elaborate framework you have given in one of your slides, which encompasses how to measure the decent work. Of course, there can be modifications in it, but I think that's a great achievement of ILO. You also went into the brass tacks of what is work and what kinds of work can there be. Generally, we had a narrow perception that, okay, work is something which is paid for profit or for earnings. But here, work for training, which is unpaid, unpaid work itself, volunteer work. So these aspects you added, and the happy news is that by 2025, we are going to embed these things into system of national accounts of the various countries also. So that will add a lot. I would like to add one point here that when we measure GDP from any sector or segment of the economy, generally we have three methods, say income or expenditure or output. So there are many inputs, like when we say farmers are working on their fields, say in India, and part of their work is not recognized. But when we talk in terms of the output, the produce, the value of the produce at market prices, I think it can be captured through that method in this case also. So there are many other aspects which can be, and I'm sure we will access the sources which you are given, and we will enrich ourselves on this very important area. I'll next request Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, and he is former economic advisor to the Finance Minister of Government of India. And at present, he is professor and senior fellow, Prime Minister's Museum and Library. Mr. Malhotra.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, especially in this session. As you can see from the PPT, which is already up, I start where Dr. Sarthi Acharya left us in the previous session, when he said that human development is not about HDI. I'm taking the next step, and I'm suggesting that it is time to liberate human development from HDI. Now, don't get too alarmed. It is not a lock, stock, and barrel change in the way we look at human development. But I like to argue that there are important elements that need to be brought in if human development has to be tracked in a more balanced manner. So, human development is about advancing human well-being. To track human development, we must track human well-being. Now, HDI does a fair bit of well-being assessment, but not quite. And I'm also glad that I succeed. My predecessor, the speaker here, told us a lot about what is happening on the work front. That, in my view, is a critical element that must go into a human development measure. And I'll elaborate on this in a minute. The notion of well-being is inherently pluralistic. It is evolving with a rise in multidisciplinarity in academic research, applied policy work, and in confronting chronic and contemporary challenges to human welfare. It is essentially an individualistic notion, yet it needs an aggregative expression at a societal level for well-being assessment and policy guidance. That actually creates a bit of a dilemma at times as to what kind of indicators we need when we are tracking human development. Do we look at indicators which are measured at an individual level, or indicators which are, let's say, measured at a community or a society level? A little bit more on that a little later. How one perceives and gives shape to the notion of human well-being would determine the specific evaluative standards, the assessment tools, indicators, and policy guidance to advance human development. Now, to achieve well-being is to be able to enjoy a certain kind of life, a set of experiences, and attainments that should generally be observable, thus could be described, assessed, and pursued. Well-being is a concept, must have some normative basis at an individual and societal level, reflect subjective dimension of an individual's sense of being, and utilize objective information to facilitate assessment and application in policy guidance. Otherwise, the hard-nosed policy makers are not going to take note of it. Importantly, human well-being is subject to a process of cumulative causation and is strongly path-dependent. The concept of human well-being must therefore reflect that reality. Well-being measure should be universal in its scope and support intertemporal and cross-sectional comparisons of attainments while being amenable to required contextualization, say between the North and the South or between regions within the South. Concept must account for the impact of market and non-market factors, which includes personal, public, social, and environmental circumstances that have a bearing on a person's well-being. I argue a little later that HDI as it stands today is very publicly biased. It is biased towards public interventions. And it misses out a vital source of energy or dynamism in improving human well-being, and that I will talk in a minute. Now, Amartya Sen's formulation of capability approach meets many of these considerations as it looks at human well-being in terms of well-being freedoms and well-being achievements. Well-being freedoms refer to human potential or the capability to exercise a choice that a person has reason to value. Well-being achievements refer to actual functionings, beings, and doings of a person that she chooses from the available set, given an opportunity to do so. So the role of opportunity, which I will tie up with what my predecessor talked about work, is very critical. The approach, and I'm referring to the capability approach, recognizes the reality of human diversity, the resulting value pluralism, and emphasizes the intrinsic and instrumental importance of freedom in the conception of human well-being. So, how does HDI fare on these considerations? Now, UNDP defines human development as the process of enlarging people's choices as well as raising the level of well-being achieved. From among the valued choices, the most critical identified were or are capability to lead a long and healthy life, capability to read, write, and acquire knowledge, and the capability to enjoy a decent standard of living and have a socially meaningful life. In 2001, a phrase was added to the third capability, and that was to have access to the resources needed for a decent standard of living and to be able to participate in the life of the community. But if you look at the indicators, there are no new indicators which actually capture that. I have underlined this for a reason that you will see in the coming slide. Indeed, HDI as a measure of average achievement has been allowed to dominate the narrative on human development approach, perhaps for too long. It did serve a purpose, and that was, as was mentioned, I think, by Ajin in the previous session, it changed the discourse. It brought a focus which was very much missing in our policy debates. But perhaps, and it played a huge role in advocacy, but perhaps we need to look beyond that at this stage for various factors. Two central concerns about human well-being and development, and Sen has talked about it, the evaluative aspect and the agency aspect. What is the evaluative aspect? It requires examining improvements in human well-being as an explicit development objective. This is pursued by focusing on key indicators, the likes of which we have discussed in the previous session, and we are all very familiar, of progress in diverse human achievements and capabilities or potentialities of an individual. instead of restricting the evaluation to tracking typical economic indicators of progress. The second requires engagement with what human beings can do to achieve such improvement by effecting changes in policies, social commitment, norms, and the political decision-making individually and collectively. It also involves claiming human rights and rights to decision-making and personal autonomy. This important agency aspect in the process of human development seems to be getting overlooked in the preoccupation with the evaluative aspect as reflected in the HDI. Indeed, besides being limited to only a few attributes of human well-being, and these can be reopened, rediscussed, despite the literature that has developed over the last 30 years, the human development approach embodied in HDI primarily implies an emphasis on improving the supply of public goods in areas that contribute to human development outcomes. And in this case, the two dimensions that figure in the index are health and education. While that is important, especially in early stages of development, by sticking to that path, one overlooks a direct engagement with the role of human agency in advancing human well-being. And in my view, that is the most critical element in human well-being. If we look at our own personal lives, of course, we have benefited from several provisions of public goods and services, but it is what you make with those, the capabilities that you acquire in the process, and what you make with that, that actually determines your sense of well-being over time. This limitation in the popular discourse on human development must be corrected by exploring more suitable alternatives to HDI as a marker for human development. And what do we do to do that? Well, here is what I call a stylized dynamic representation of the capability approach to development, which identifies, perhaps you can't see it from back there, the top half tells us what state, institutions, and social arrangement, including markets, need to contribute to the process of capability well-being measures. And the bottom half is the space of market opportunities and the human potentialities or the capabilities that one acquires. And this entire kind of interdependence between different elements needs to be kept in mind when we are talking of creating a marker or evolving a marker from where we have started. If we do that, we get a better sense of what is happening on the human development front. So let me simplify this complicated picture and outline what it basically, summarize what it basically is trying to tell us. The capability approach to development explicitly recognizes the role of state, markets, and human agency. I could argue here that perhaps Sen in his original formulation didn't talk too much about markets, but subsequently when he wrote development as freedom, and I don't know whether John Brace is here anymore, but he could reflect also on that. He turned his views around a little bit, and market also is an important player. Why is it an important player? Because market is what is providing you with the opportunities to express your capabilities, to function and being what you are or what you choose to be in your lives. So it explicitly recognizes the role of state, markets, and human agency. Unfortunately, HDI misses some of that part when we focus on the selected attributes. And there was a good reason for just confining ourselves to those two or three attributes and taking two and then adding income as the third or a residual catch-all variable. There was a good reason at that time. I argue that that reason is no more valid, and you need to be a little more evolved in the way you're looking at well-being. So development involves two distinct but simultaneous processes: the process of capability formation at individual level and growth of market, which is basically opportunities, at a pace to absorb the buildup of individual capability, thereby supporting diverse and growing set of functionings for all. It takes an ecosystem view where market, state, and human agencies are all equally important in deriving the process of social change, necessitating, and this necessitates consideration of unorthodox or heterodox approach to policy guidance. So I kind of took this thinking forward and identified, in the interest of keeping a measure of well-being manageable, 4 capabilities, and I call it the capability well-being measure. And the 4 capabilities that are selected are capability to earn and sustain living, which is where the element of work comes in. Capability to engage in social life, very important aspect which was missing in HDI. Why is it important? Because it is the entry point for the role that social capital plays in a person's life. And the fact that the poor and the marginalized are devoid of that element in their lives makes it that much more difficult for them to make progress. So we needed something, in my view, we need something like that to come into the well-being measurement, which is what should track human development. And the other 3 are more or less what you're familiar with, or not the other 3, but 2 are capability to acquire knowledge and competency, and capability to enjoy a long and healthy life, on which much has been written. Finally, a composite capability well-being measure comes out of taking at these, looking at and considering these 4 capabilities. Focusing on 4 capabilities to keep the index meaningful and manageable, with each capability being captured to 2-3 indicators, much like the HDI framework. Now, what is it that the capability to earn and sustain living reflects? Well, it reflects livelihood dimension of well-being. Livelihood contributes to personal autonomy, empowerment, social engagement, all of which drive the agency aspects of human well-being. So we must drop income, consumption, whatever we have been using in our HDI, and bring in a suitable measure of employment for several reasons beyond the material reasons, the reasons that I've just kind of alluded to. The capability to acquire knowledge and functional competency, something we are familiar with, is a desirable end in itself and instrumental in realizing other valued ends. Capability to enjoy a long and healthy life, again, something very familiar, is desirable end in itself and is instrumental in realizing other valued ends. Finally, the capability to engage in social life. How do we capture this? An important aspect of well-being. It is an important aspect of well-being as a social being. It is meant to reflect the role social capital plays in individuals' well-being. So one way of capturing this could be to look at indicators which try to get us some elements of social capital in our play of creating the measure to track human development. Alternately, we could look at those elements in our lives which encourage human being to engage and to take on himself the responsibility of improving his own well-being. In other words, what is it that encourages human agency in a society? And 2 major things that are important there is good governance, and I'll come to that, and or let me just go through in sequence, but I'll come to that. So the structure of the Capability Wellbeing Index is somewhat like HDI, of course a little more elaborated, with another dimension added. And I want to specifically highlight one aspect here, which Professor Sita Prabhu alluded to in the previous session when she was commenting on the qualitative aspect, which is missing, whether it is the MPI, or it is HDI, or its other variants. And there are ways to get the qualitative dimension also integrated in summary aggregative indicators, which is what is attempted in an exercise that I undertook. So the qualitative dimension is important, and it must come, and it is high time that it comes, especially after 30 years of using HDI as it stands today as an advocacy tool. There are some other aspects that need to be considered. Unlike those discussed here, that are best addressed in a collective level and not at an individual level, but have a direct impact on a person's state of well-being. One of that I just mentioned is good governance, including principles of transparency, accountability, sensitivity to social needs, non-discrimination, participation, decentralization, etc., that encourages human agency to flourish. So when we're talking of well-being measurement, we need to also take cognizance of this. Similarly, implication of climate change and environmental degradation on human well-being and its mitigation has a collective aspect to it, but has a bearing on every person's well-being. You'll recall a few minutes ago, I made this point about should a well-being measure be assessed at an individual level or at a collective level? Now, there is a trade-off there. Policymakers work with aggregative measures. But well-being is very individualistic, as I said. So you need to make a kind of a choice between picking up indicators which fall in one or the other category. I would also go to the extent of saying that the drivers of well-being have to be monitored or tracked through what we can call or club as process indicators. We have been all along since morning talking about outcome or output indicators in some instances, but mostly outcome indicators. But then when it comes to tracking as to whether a society is moving in the right direction, outcome indicators may not be enough, although they tell us the destination that we are seeking to arrive at. But what we need also is what I call process indicators. They link a policy instrument with a milestone outcome, which on its own or in conjunction with other milestone outcomes can consolidate into an outcome that can be more easily related to human development, the sense of human development. These other aspects need to be tracked with appropriate indicators that can be presented as an adjunct to the well-being measure of human development. And I echo the point that was, I think, made more than once, that there cannot be a perfect indicator or index. You have to work with a set of indices or indicators if you have to look at the entire dynamics of how a society is transforming itself, what is happening to well-being level, what are the drivers, which drivers are working, and what kind of results they are yielding. Before I conclude, I didn't see if I have exceeded the time. I didn't see any placard, so I presume I'm within the time.
You can take 1 minute more.
1 minute more. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. So I just want to conclude by saying that I put all this to practice by developing a capability well-being measure. And I haven't put the empirical results on the slide for want of time. But let me just read out to you what were the general takeaways from that results. So what I found was that a capability build-up in human beings in any society, or it was basically done, an exercise done for India, benefits from income growth in the immediate preceding years. In other words, 3-4 years of good income growth leads to a capability build-up. And that capability build-up has a downstream effect of income in the future. But not only that, a capability build-up actually makes growth more resilient, yields good results on poverty, monetary poverty reduction, and on inequality. I also noticed that in the context of India, we could have actually 3 models of human development. A model of human development that is actually driven by the state, where public expending is doing all the heavy lifting. A model of human development that is actually market-driven, or largely market-driven with some support from state. And then there's a model of human development which is human agency-driven. And sometimes I like to raise this example. Kerala is a classic example of how human agency allowed people to flourish in that state. I argue, perhaps with every reason to be criticized by some of you, that Kerala's policy context, if you look at infrastructure, if you look at the policy environment to flourish or encourage enterprise was rather, is a big question mark, and is possibly linked to the kind of politics that state has. But look what they spent on social development, and then human agency took over. Half of Kerala was earning money in the Middle East. The other half was serving the hospitals all over the country. And that brought a lot of money back into the state. So here's a model of human development which can be agency-driven. Similarly, there are models of market-driven human development and state-led human development. The state I come from, Himachal, is an example of where state did the heavy lifting, and it allowed the state to transit from a low human development attainment to a higher. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malhotra, and for your presentation, which also covered capability approach emanating Amartya Sen, and the capability human well-being index was also given by you. I think more than once you mentioned about markets and non-markets. So I recall Okun, he wrote in his seminal book, market needs a place, but market needs to be shown a place. So I think with the positive time, I just request our discussant, Mr. Ashwini Seth. He is emeritus professor at Erasmus University, Rotterdam.
It's been said already.
Fine, please.
All right, it's very happy to be here. And of course, start with both awe and massive awe and respect for 25 years for the institution. It's not easy to keep it going, especially under the circumstances that this country and academia have had. I think with all the issues of finance, diversity and so on, I think IHD has done something which is really truly phenomenal, and I think that has to be recognized, and I congratulate everybody who's been part of that trip on having achieved this, but above all, of course, I would say, and you would all agree, the captain at the wheel. The mic is on. Okay. Well, it's not easy to be a discussant for so many eminent, four eminent speakers, with comments from the chair as well, and especially when you don't have the write-up or you don't know what to expect. So it's the things at the top of my head, so you'll forgive me if I've got a few things wrong in this. I can't help thinking that, it's there's a sense of déjà vu in all these discussions, especially for people of a certain age. I recall 1970s, early 70s, when Amartya Sen came to Cambridge. And on the board, he went up and drew a straight line, and that was HD, indicators of human development, and the GNP, and then there were outliers. The outliers were, Kerala was there was Sri Lanka, there was Ethiopia, there was Yugoslavia, and there was China. And then he said, why? And the why, well, by the way, this was published later as a World Bank paper on public policy. And he said, why? And his answer was public policy. That, of course, begs the question, where does public policy come from? And as Rajiv just said, there's a whole question of, in Kerala, was it just public policy? Was it migration? Or was there a history to it? Started with the Rajas of Travancore and before. So I think there's a very complex process, including the politics of the state, which created the structures which led to those changes, within which some kind of public policy could also take place. But there's a problem of misattribution, which is a possibility here. So it's a long, complex process, and I entirely agree with the remarks that processual analysis is very critical, instead of looking just at outcomes. Where do outcomes come from? We keep measuring outcomes. Where do they come from? Why are they going up and down? That's a key thing, and the only thing we've said so far is GNP, and we've criticized it. We say something, so there's something very general. I'm going to be a bit exaggerative because just to stimulate some discussion, but also, as I said, I've written about these things, so it's, as I said, déjà vu. So I think that's one of the things which I wanted to mention. GDP, have we said anything more than what Arthur Pigou said in the Economics of Welfare when he's talked about the national dividend? I don't think so. I don't think very much is there. There is a need to go back to it, but it's there. The person I would put before, Marilyn Waring, I know, she did very well. She took a turn at the end, which was rather Luddite, but that's another matter. But before Marilyn Waring, I think the person who was critical in this, and who said it all more or less, was Phyllis Dean in Cambridge, when she was part of the Richard Stone projects on the SNA system, when they were developing the SNA system in Cambridge. And she was sent to, by a team which included, by the way, Dick Stone, Arthur Lewis, and E.A.G. Robinson, no jokers there. And she was sent there with the question, can we get the colonial accounting framework to fit the SNA? And she wrote 2 books on this, and the books are absolutely devastating critique of the limits of the SNA. And there is the most powerful and the clearest analytical statement of feminist economics on what the SNA framework misses out. There was a crisis in Cambridge with regard to what could be included or not in this. In the end, it's acknowledged by Austin Robinson, also by Richard Stone, that there was a compromise. We can't go all that way because we really don't have the instruments. I wouldn't say instruments, the ideology to work on it, to say, here is something which is meaningful, even if it's not precise. They wanted something precise, even if not meaningful. And I think so the SNA has gone and survived, and I'm delighted that new counts of SNA will show up, and the care economy and the things which are invisible will actually in some form or the other emerge. I think Phyllis Dean, long dead, would be delighted. Nancy Fraser was mentioned, but I think I would like to mention Nancy Fraser in terms of her latest book. And this is her reflection on her life as an anthropologist, feminist. And the book has it's a 2-word title, Cannibal Capitalism. It's a small book, and I suggest everybody who hasn't read it, please read it. And here is an anthropologist who's reflecting on all this and not cutting through all this stuff. And it's the process, what's the state of the world and why it is so, what's going on. And it's cannibal capitalism, environment, feminism, the consumption of the human body in some form or the other, the consumption of nature, consumption of values, and what are we creating. So this goes back to the idea of the nature of society that is meant to be, within which we are doing the measurements and so on. And I think the focus on that needs to be the first focus. You can say, oh, that's obvious, but I find the discussion on GNP obvious. So I think otherwise there's a risk that we fall back into a trap which says GNP is necessary for any kind of a social redistribution. That redistribution is necessary for all the good things of well-being and everything else. So as it happens, the state of the economy and the state of the world is a given. We can't really change that. Given that fact, it becomes a Faustian kind of a contract or compromise where we say, we have to accept the inequality, the extreme inequality. That's where the money comes from. We put it in social programs, and we see how we can do those better and measure them better and so on and so forth. But what happens to the ship with extreme inequality? What's the nature of the society that you have? You're talking about the quality of well-being at the level of the individual, but have we reflected on the question of the quality of society as a totality, in which these things are a part? So I think I'm not saying that, sweep away this, sweep away that, not at all. But I think a recognition of those is crucial, absolutely central. Now, I just want to make a few points which, I learned a lot from each of the presentations, and I was very impressed by, and I was brought up to date by Rafael on what's happening with the ILO. And I recall years ago, maybe 20 years ago, 18 years ago, being part of the 4 persons who looked at the 4 dimensions of decent work in the Institute of Labor Statistics, and the book was produced by Dharam Ghai, and I did social protection in it. And I remember from that, and I wonder how far we've got from that era. And I think we are moving slowly in terms of incorporation, slowly, maybe catchy monkey. In the meantime, the monkey's gone somewhere else, but never mind. So I think so. I'm very pleased. I'm very happy to learn. I have Rajiv as well. Now, I had a few concerns about the human capital. Since my job is to comment, I have 1 or 2 comments only. I'm not yet, till I see the details of it, I'm not convinced about the human capital index. I don't like the word human capital, converting human beings into capital. I don't like that idea. There's got a ring of instrumentality which doesn't gel with me. Human well-being, yes, but human capital makes it instrumental. And I think the actual use of that human capital index, about saying how do we weight it, makes it explicit, because we are looking at weights which are going to be derived from what your economic contribution is going to be. How is it calculated? I'd like to see how those weights are derived, because I'm sure the methodology for deriving those weights is going to be subject to a lot of theoretical critique because of the way this is done, because this comes from some reductionist methodologies about how to predict your productivity in of labor productivity going ahead. I think that's a difficult task. But anyway, you can take the weights from wherever, but human capital is something which, I remember Amartya Sen, when I was a student, wrote one paper on manpower planning. And then he very quickly withdrew from that, because the idea of manpower planning and capital is already taking what you can absorb into education, into jobs and so on the basis of what the economy can produce in terms of jobs. And that is actually limiting your capabilities to match what the economy can do. But the economy can't do very much these days with regard to employment. So does this mean we don't go into education and don't worry about this? Not at all. So there's a kind of a resonance or a conflict with the rights approach. And so, of course, Zen is very much into the rights issue. Okay, so I think that's so much for the things that I've heard here in that manner. But I think looking ahead, well, the thing which comes to my mind is that there's a big change. If we look at the last 30, 40 years, we keep hearing from climate change about the hottest year, this and the other, so on. But if you look at the state of the world and you say, where do insecurities come from? And I think one of the key dimensions now which has to be looked at is volatility, insecurity. And of course, in labor market, insecurity is being well studied, and by the ILO and elsewhere, precariats and so on, guys standing, and a lot of work there. But there's more to it than the insecurity, the precariat. There is, at this time, an existential insecurity. And this is global. I'm not speaking of any particular country, but look at the wars. Look at the wars around. I mean, every few years there's something going on. Look at the Middle East. There's devastation. There's devastation. If you look at climate change, and we know that the incidence of climate change comes from a certain economic process. And that economic process is not the outcome of the poorer countries, but the other ones who actually are suffering. We know all this. But where's that process coming from? This goes back to cannibal capitalism to some extent, but also the structure, hierarchical power in the global economy. Now, what's happening here? We're getting a need for making a bipolar world, the need for having an enemy to legitimize militarization, to spend money on this, which, by the way, is one way of managing aggregate demand in the economy as well. But more than that, also influences the pace and the role and the pattern of technical change. And that technical change